Chapter 517. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. When Yi Futian stepped out, his gaze landed on a girl among the group. She was smiling at him, her hand brushing her fringe back. Her smile got even brighter while her eyes appeared to be a little red. "Yinshi, why did you enter the holy road?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. "To challenge myself," Gu Yinshi beamed gently and replied. Beside her, her brother Gu Ming looked at her. He naturally knew what Gu Yinshi was here for. The Starry School's disciples looked at Yi Futian with mixed feelings. Along the way, they had heard that Yi Futian was rallying experts and collecting their holy badges. One word from him and over 1,000 people responded and handed over their holy badges to him. This Starry School's son should only still be in the Arcana plane, right? Yi Futian's gaze swept across the crowd with a glint in his eyes. He did not say anything and looked at the Starry School's disciples. Although the Starry School's disciples had mixed feelings, there were still people who saluted him and addressed him as the son. After the first few, the rest started to salute and address him as well. Qin Yuan had once said that seeing the sun was tantamount to seeing him. In the past, many people had been unconvinced by Yi Futian, but they all knew in their hearts that nobody could exceed Yi Futian's potential. Not just in the Starry School, but in the entire Divine Sky City. Now, he was traversing the Holy Road, consecutively deciphering relics. Even in the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, he had made a name for himself. Even if they had objections in the past, they were all convinced now. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. The Starry School's disciples arriving was a great help to him. His gaze landed on a person and he smiled, looking at him. Long Mu was conflicted. His emotions were undoubtedly the most complicated among all of them, but along the way, the Starry School's disciples had discussed relying on Yi Futian. He was clear that Yi Futian's potential and position were way above his league. He sighed in his heart, and although he was unwilling to admit it, he had nothing to be proud of in front of Yi Futian. "Son," Long Mu saluted and said, but his tone was unnatural. Yi Futian did not mind, smiling and asked, "Long Mu, is Linger doing well?" "Not bad, but her temper has been quite bad recently." "It could be because of the news of your death." "She must be very sad," Long Mu replied. "She will know the truth after this is over." "Long Mu, you are her brother. In the future, do not make her abide by your wishes and consider more about her," Yi Futian said. Gu Yinshi looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Evidently, Yi Futian was salvaging his relation with Long Mu, displaying remarkable magnanimity. "I will." Long Mu naturally felt the goodwill of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He owed the madam a favor and Linger was like a younger sister to him. As long as Long Mu did not go overboard, he would not grudge him. After all, Long Mu was full of youthful vigor. "Who is it?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the air above the pavilion. There were many people who were protecting the pavilion and wanted to stop them. "It's fine." Yi Futian looked into the air, smiled and said. The figure landed in front of Yi Futian like lightning and the earth trembled as a fatty appeared before the crowd. "Long time no see. Brother's figure has not changed since we last met." Yi Futian smiled and thought to himself, how can a fatty be this fast? Yi Shaoshi glared at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I've just come from second sister's place, and I saw Jiayu." After saying that, he held his head up high. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and smiled with trepidation and said, "Brother, you're still as handsome as before with great style. It's no wonder that you're my seventh brother." The crowd blinked in surprise. Where did his brother appear from? Moreover, Yi Futian's change in tone was way too quick. "Do you want to know how Jiayu's doing?" Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian from the corner of his eye. "See if you dare to be arrogant in front of your brother in the future," he thought to himself. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded frankly. Yi Shaoshi gave Yi Futian a look with deep meaning, then pat Yi Futian on the shoulder and sighed, "Ah." Yi Futian blinked and asked, "Brother, how is Jiayu?" What did that sigh mean? Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian and shook his head. Brother, a great person like you would not bear a grudge against me, would you? Yi Futian said anxiously. Jieyu should be in the Nether Road now. Moreover, she is faring better than you now. Little brother, you need to buck up, Yi Shaoshi replied in a heartfelt tone. Yi Futian was bewildered for a second, then a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Still laughing? Yi Shaoshi asked, do you know how many people have attempted to look for second sister to try and get matched with her? Why don't you look at whose wife she is? Yi Futian looked disdainfully at Yi Shaoshi and continued, damn fatty, I was nearly scared to death by you just now. The fatty's arms crossed over his hips. The speed of his change in tone was ridiculous. You're really not afraid? Yi Shaoshi looked at the fellow in front of him, speechless. My Jieyu is so outstanding, how could there be a lack of suitors? Yi Futian looked disapprovingly at Yi Shaoshi again. What was there to be afraid of? As long as Jieyu was doing well, nothing else was important. His heart was at ease. As for her suitors, which of them could even hold a candle to him? That is to say, after I step out of the holy road, I'll be able to meet Jieyu. And second sister? Yi Futian's smile got even brighter. The fatty was really his lucky star. Yi Shaoshi saw Yi Futian's delighted expression and looked at him with a look of contempt. Wait a minute. Yi Futian's expression became odd and he looked at Yi Shaoshi and asked, if you've already been to the Zhuge clan, why aren't you at the Nether Road, but here instead? I, your brother, was afraid that you would be bullied by other people and rushed here intentionally, Yi Shaoshi declared proudly. Second sister chased you here? Yi Futian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Shaoshi. You! The fatty was enraged. He traveled all this distance only to hear chased here. What was all his hard work for? Was Yi Futian not touched in the slightest? Although it was the truth. Second sister treats me really well. Yi Futian was indeed very touched. Yi Shaoshi wanted to hit someone. He felt hurt. The crowd looked at the two people and had skeptical expressions. The way these two brothers interacted was special. The Starry School's disciples were thinking, the Zhuge clan? Which Zhuge clan? Jieyu, Guyan, she thought to herself. This was probably the name of Yi Futian's girlfriend. She had known long ago that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. Now that she was here, she might be able to meet her if she walked out of the holy road. The girl that Yi Futian loved, what kind of person would she be? From the conversation, she must be exceptional. The news of Yi Futian collecting the holy badges spread across the flaming prison city and even out of the city to the entire holy road. The dawn of the second day, there was an exclamation at the outer region of the pavilion where Yi Futian resided. Many people moved to a corner in the pavilion, where a few corpses were lying on the floor. Their faces had turned black, as if they had been poisoned. Their bodies were undamaged, but they had been dead a long time. He struck again, someone said with a sullen expression. These few days, many similar incidents had occurred in the flaming prison city. Some cultivators had died mysteriously and everyone understood that it was for the holy badges. However, up until now, nobody knew who had done it. The person's targets were at least grade 8 nobles and there were even many grade 7 nobles. This meant that the person was intentionally picking the strongest cultivators in the holy road as his targets. This showed how horrifying the mastermind's strength was. Many people gathered and debated about the incident. After Yi Futian heard the news, he also went there. When he saw the corpses on the floor, his expression changed. Does anyone know what happened here? Yi Futian asked. It's death qi, someone said. In the holy road, a horrifying necromancer has appeared. Necromancer? Yi Futian's gaze intensified. It was rumored that necromancers would cultivate with death qi and were extremely scary. They could kill without leaving any trace, and stronger necromancers could even control dead spirits. The holy road has always had all kinds of people, Mu Jiqiu said quietly. Moreover, the person is killing in the pavilion, so it's very likely that he's mixed in with the crowd. You have to be careful. That's right, the other party could be within the crowd and attack Master Yi at any time. Master Yi, do take extra precautions, another person advised. I'll be careful. Yi Futian nodded, his expression serious. This type of mysterious expert was even more dangerous as they could kill without leaving traces or even revealing their identity. They did not even know who it was. Everyone, please be careful, Yi Futian reminded them again. The crowd all nodded and felt a sense of crisis. Yi Futian left, then turned to Mu Jiqiu and asked, "Have you heard of necromancers before?" Necromancers are extremely rare. There is an extremely famous necromancer in the barren state, a horrifying entity on the barren sky ranking, the Dark Saint, Mu Jiqiu replied. Looks like people from all factions are arriving, Yi Futian mumbled silently. He had a premonition that a storm was brewing, he needed to make the best of his time. Just like Yi Futian had thought, a group of figures was marching outside the flaming prison city, their aura extraordinary. They were from the strongest clan in the ruined city, the Xia clan, with Xia Ho leading them. Among the 9 cities of the Holy Road, the flaming prison city did not have people from an elite faction standing guard, thus the most people had gathered there. Now, there was someone using such an ingenious method to gather the holy badges. How could he not come? Even those from the most elite factions could not plunder the holy badges as it would incite the crowd's rage. The method that Yi Futian had used was indeed innovative. However, no one else could imitate his method. Are we going to look for him directly? A person beside Xia Ho asked. No hurry, Xia Ho replied and continued, now, he has probably only just started collecting the holy badges. There is no reason to disrupt it. Give him some more time. However, keep an eye on him, we are probably not the only clan to come here. Understood. The person beside him nodded. The group of them entered the city. Not long after they had entered the city, another group of people arrived. The people from the Nantian house had arrived and Nanhao stood there gracefully, his gaze sparkling and looking into the distance. He had heard that Yi Futian had to shot fame in the Holy Road in such a short time, he did not disappoint him indeed. If that person was to step out, he would probably cause a huge storm. However, he would watch the performance first to see if Yi Futian could continue. He naturally understood that from the moment Yi Futian had started collecting the holy badges, danger lurked from all sides. At that moment, an air warship flew towards the city. On the warship, there were 2 stunning girls with unmatched beauty. Nanhao turned back and a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. The girls from the mortal world were all gorgeous beauties that were lusted after. On the air warship, Chu Shang and another girl stood together. Taking one look at the people from the Nantian house, they continued forward and the airship flew into the city. There was a ripple in Chu Shang's eyes. She had not expected that in the short span of about 2 years, he would have come to the Holy Road from the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 518, In the Palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. A map of the Divine Road. There was a sharp glint in Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at the image. He tried to get a better look, but the image floated in and out of sight. It was impossible to read the map clearly. He only saw the blurry image of a giant divine road. 9 cities lay on the Divine Road, and Yi Futian locked his sights upon one of them. He could barely make out the outline of Flaming Prison City. On the map, a streak of bright light could be seen where Flaming Prison City was. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased. Could this light be marking where the large relic was? He stared at it for a while, but the image remained unclear still. Yi Futian guessed it might be because he hadn't collected enough holy badges yet. Even over 1,000 of them were not enough to make the large relic appear on the map. He needed to collect more holy badges. It was a good thing Yi Futian's name was known far and wide today. An increasing number of people came up to offer him the holy badges they had found. They too wanted to give this endeavor a shot. Many of these people also had more than one holy badge on them too. Furthermore, it was rumored that top-tier individuals of outstanding abilities from the Divine Road had arrived in Flaming Prison City. Xia Feng from the Xia family, the pride of the Nantian house, the incomparable goddesses of today's world, the heir to the sword Saint Villa, the disciples of sage Duancheng, and the peerless Ning Huang. All of these powerful individuals had come to Flaming Prison City, and everyone knew just what that meant. Yi Futian's words had to be true for all these insanely powerful people to have come to him in a gathering of the ages. If he could collect enough holy badges, then perhaps there would be a chance of accessing the large relic in the Divine Road. After 3 days, Yi Futian had collected thousands of holy badges. However, the powerful individuals who had arrived in Flaming Prison City designed to show themselves still. They did not want to disturb Yi Futian. Instead, they waited. Perhaps they were waiting for Yi Futian to finish collecting the holy badges, and not for Yi Futian's sake, but for their own interests. It was too difficult a task to complete on their own, so how could they miss this golden opportunity where someone had come up with such a brilliant idea to do it? Today, Yi Futian walked out of the palace to scout the place. He wanted to find out where in Flaming Prison City the location marked out in the map was. As he left the palace, he was flanked by many who were concerned for his safety. Carrying thousands of holy badges made Yi Futian a prime target for those who were interested in obtaining the holy badges. If he were not careful, the holy badges in his possession would be taken away from him by force. As such, everyone felt a responsibility to guard Yi Futian. The crowd had even chosen 2 incredibly powerful individuals to follow behind and guard Yi Futian closely, in addition to people close to him like Yi Shaoshi, Mu Jiqiu, Yu Sheng, the disciples of the Starry School, and Qi Nin. The 2 chosen individuals, Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao, had made quite a name for themselves in Flaming Prison City. They were both grade 7 nobles. Yi Futian's departure from the palace soon raised a furor. Even those outside the palace who had not handed over their holy badges followed behind him. To them, Yi Futian was like a treasure trove. Whether he was going to activate a large or small relic, it was worth it to follow him. With the large entourage setting off with Yi Futian, the group soon became the talk of Flaming Prison City. Right now, every move that Yi Futian made was at the center of attention in Flaming Prison City. Yi Futian approached a pile of stone ruins in Flaming Prison City. The ruins were vast, and nothing seemed to be amiss here. But Yi Futian surmised that this was probably the location that was marked out in the map. Many people followed behind, curious as to what Yi Futian was looking at. Could this be where the relic was? From afar, an air warship sailed over, high up in the sky. Instantly, countless eyes were on it. At the front of the ship stood 2 women. They were as beautiful as Jotian goddesses, with clear, calm eyes that gazed towards where Yi Futian was. The mortal world. Many people looked up at the air warship. They were nervous that individuals as powerful as these had set their sights upon Yi Futian. Yi Futian lifted his gaze to look at the women on the air warship as well. He had met Chu Shang in the eastern region of the barren state before. She had even invited him to train in the mortal world once. The other woman was, unbelievably, even more stunning than Chu Shang. She was gorgeous, almost like a goddess from the mortal world, and her looks were on par with Mu Jiqiu's. The only difference was in their demeanor. Mu Jiqiu was quiet and stunningly elegant in her simplicity. The other woman was vibrant and dazzling like a peacock. The 2 were like night and day in terms of their aura. Bing Yi and Chu Shang are goddesses of the mortal world, and Bing Yi is one of the 3 virgins as well, Mu Jiqiu whispered. All eyes were on the 2 goddesses in the sky. They were some of the most dazzling characters of this generation in the barren state. Yi Futian turned his eyes away and didn't look at them again. What did it matter if the women were beautiful? He remembered what the Nantian house, the mortal world, and the sacred fire state, among the other powers, had done when they had arrived at the eastern region of the barren state. In order to get at the relic in Sky Mountain, they had set foot on Book Mountain, calling the college an inferior sect and being so arrogant about it. In the end, they had forcibly taken away the Yukio songbook. He had vowed to remember that. Chu Shang observed Yi Futian as well. After 2 years, his aura had become even more outstanding, and there was a greater air of stability about him. However, the proud gaze in his handsome eyes had not changed a single bit. "You're putting yourself in danger by doing this," Chu Shang spoke from where she was on the ship. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't know that Chu Shang knew Yi Futian. "So?" Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Why don't you hand over the holy badges to us for now? We can join forces and open up the relics together," Chu Shang offered. She did not invite Yi Futian to join the mortal world again. She knew very well that with Yi Futian's abilities, if he had reached this point and was allowed to carry on, he had a very high chance of entering the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he didn't manage to, there was still the Zhuge family. The mortal world would not even get a chance at it if Yi Futian didn't die at this stage. As of now, Yi Futian's lover was with the Zhuge family. Yi Futian smiled calmly but did not reply. At the sight of his expression, Chu Shang understood his intent. She mentally shook her head at him. Though she acknowledged that Yi Futian indeed was very talented, she knew that all sorts of powerful individuals had their eye on the holy badges. He had obtained such a large number of holy badges through these means, and all these individuals had arrived at Flaming Prison City. If Yi Futian were to try to hold on to these holy badges, there was a good chance he might lose his life. "Goddess Bing Yi and Goddess Chu Shang," a voice rang out at this moment. Another group of people was moving through the sky towards the warship. Bing Yi and Chu Shang turned their gazes upon them and greeted the leader of the group with a smile, "Young Master Gu." "It's Gu Feiyang, a disciple of Sage Duantian's," someone declared, and many eyes sparkled at the introduction. Perhaps the goddesses of the mortal world paid a visit to the sage at Mount Duantian while on their way to the Divine Road, that's why they know each other, someone whispered. Yi Futian then remembered seeing a warship of the mortal world while passing by the Duantian mountain range the other day. Gu Feiyang chatted for a while with Bing Yi and Chu Shang, as though Yi Futian and the rest weren't there at all. They weren't in a hurry to snatch the holy badges, being completely content just observing Yi Futian for now. "Xia Ho and Yan Jiao are here too." Mu Jiqiu looked to a place in the distance, and there was Xia Ho of the Xia family and Yan Jiao of the Sword Saint Villa, moving through the sky towards them as well. They glanced at Yi Futian before looking towards Gu Feiyang and the warship. The ground then began to shake. A frightening demonic beast was walking towards them. The beast was a brilliant gold from head to toe, as though it had been created out of the precious metal. It was also walking like a human. This demonic beast was Yuan Zhan, the giant golden ape. Even it had come to watch the commotion. Powerful individuals from the Nantian house arrived soon after. Nanhao smiled at everyone present, but Nanyu was cold as ice. He stared in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was observing everyone who had arrived as well. They probably suspected that he was about to open up a relic and came over to watch. Other than Chu Shang, no one else had spoken a single word to Yi Futian, but he was well aware of their intentions. Suddenly, the wind started howling from far away and frightening energy could be felt. Everyone turned around to see a group of people arriving. These were all individuals of the noble plane, and they seemed incredibly mighty. "It's Mo Jun," the people murmured, their gazes landing on a black armor-clad figure. That person was someone very famous. If Mo Jun's here, then he should be around too, many people thought to themselves, and they looked towards the back. Indeed, the wind howled fiercely there, and a man sat within a carriage that was being pulled by several nobles who had willingly taken up the task despite their status. Mo Jun and the others made way for the carriage to come to the front, and the man stepped out, surveying the crowd. Wearing a crown of laurel, he was as resplendent and eye-catching as a god. The man's gaze was bright and energetic as he looked at everyone. It was as if he owned the entire show simply by showing up. "It's Ning Huang, one of the strongest people on the Dawn Road. Everyone thinks he'll be able to get into at least the top 3, Mu Jiqiu explained beside Yi Futian. Even his follower Mo Jun is a top-notch individual with frighteningly powerful abilities. The two of them working together could make them the strongest on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Behind him, many people sensed an immense pressure. Were the holy badges really safe with Yi Futian? The recent arrival of all these incredibly powerful people made them nervous. Almost all of the top-tier individuals of the Divine Road were probably here by now. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, turning to leave after glancing at the crowd. Those who had newly arrived shot him a somewhat interested glance, but they did not follow. After all, they had no need to take action personally. As he walked, Yi Futian was deep in thought. These circumstances were slightly troublesome. All these people had once stayed in their own lane, taking the holy badges using their own methods and keeping out of each other's way. But after hearing that he was collecting the holy badges, they had all gathered at Flaming Prison City, watching him do the work for them. Then, a commotion broke out behind him. Yi Futian turned only to see someone trying to get to him but being held back by the people around him. That person looked at Yi Futian and said, "Young Master Ning has something to say to you." "Let him through," Yi Futian ordered. The person had called Ning Huang Young Master Ning, which meant he probably served him in some capacity. The crowd let him go, and that person came before Yi Futian. He whispered, "Ning Xiao said that if you've come to the Divine Road in order to enroll in the Holy Ji Palace, then he'll help you get in. Ning Huang has ties with one of the elders at the Holy Ji Palace. He's been internally recognized as a direct disciple," Mu Jiqiu whispered. And then Yi Futian looked at the person. "If you are going to open up the relic, then young Master Ning must be the only one from the Dawn Road to help you," the person continued. "Conditions?" Yi Futian chuckled. He knew that this offer was too good to be true. "You'll pass the holy badges to young Master Ning. He'll take charge and you'll assist him in opening up the relics. You'll get what you came here for, and even enroll in the Holy Ji Palace to train," the person continued speaking, sounding as though the proposal he was conveying was how things should be. "Thank you for the kind offer. However, I decline." Yi Futian smiled calmly. He wasn't surprised that everyone was approaching him with ulterior motives. The other person stared at Yi Futian. This was a fantastic offer, and yet Yi Futian had refused without even considering it. How unappreciative he was. "You can't handle the holy badges," the person spat after a moment of silence. His voice was chilly. "If I want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, then I will do it myself without any help from anyone. The conditions you've offered aren't that great." Yi Futian looked at the other person in disdain before walking away. Chapter 519. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. Wherever Yi Futian went, the group of top-notch powerful figures would appear as well. They knew that Yi Futian was close to collecting 10,000 holy badges. They also knew especially well that once he had done so, he would be able to activate the large relic. Those who managed to collect thousands of holy badges on the Divine Road were terrifying. These people were some of the most powerful figures there. But it was not possible for those from the Nantian House and the Sword Saint Villa to simply just snatch the holy badges from someone else. They were powerful enough to hunt down others on the Divine Road for their holy badges. But they usually would not take that risk, because they were wary of offending the masses whose backgrounds were almost impossible to know for sure. Even a top disciple with powerful abilities would not be willing to take holy badges by force. Instead, they operated through occupying cities. It was just as well that Yi Futian had appeared now, collecting holy badges at a speed faster than them. They naturally wanted to achieve their aims through Yi Futian. First, they would let him open up a large relic site here, then once they had returned to their own occupied city, they would even have the opportunity to open up 2 more of such sites. For the past few days, someone would be killed or go missing around the palace. The necromancer was still on a murderous streak, and with Yi Futian collecting more and more holy badges, everyone had an odd feeling of being in the calm before the storm. It seemed like something big would go down the day Yi Futian took action. Now, security had increased around the heart of Yi Futian's living quarters. Powerful figures milled about outside, guarding every corner. They were all prepared to tackle any sudden turn of events. Zhuo Jun hurriedly approached Yi Futian in the courtyard, whispering to him, "Yi Futian, something has happened to Miss Qingyi." "What's going on?" Yi Futian's gaze froze upon him. "She discovered a spy among us. Follow me." Zhuo Jun checked their surroundings carefully, before turning and leaving. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and he followed after him. A short distance away, Xiaoshi saw what was happening, and in a flash, he was keeping up with Yi Futian's strides as well. The two followed Zhuo Jun to where Li Sun and the rest were training in another part of the courtyard. There were many people gathered there. Li Sun was squatting by Li Qingyi, holding her body close to him. It was a heart-wrenching sight for Yi Futian, and he moved forward towards her. "Qingyi," Yi Futian called out, putting his hand on hers before asking, "What happened?" However, a realization made him raise his eyebrows. Li Qingyi did not seem to be injured in any way at all. Li Qingyi's eyelids twitched before fluttering open slowly. Upon seeing Yi Futian before her, her expression changed instantaneously, and she shouted, "Run!" Li Qingyi had barely spoken before a sneer was heard, and cold energy was suddenly felt. A sharp silver blade had appeared in Li Sun's hand. "Be careful!" Li Qingyi screamed, and she pushed Li Sun away with all her might. However, Li Sun managed to fling the blade at Yi Futian still, and it whistled towards him like a streak of lightning. The blade was incredibly fast, and at such a short distance, it seemed inevitable that it would hit its deadly mark. However, the trajectory of the blade had changed slightly when Li Qingyi pushed Li Sun. Yi Futian's reflexes were lightning fast as well. He ducked down, lightning flashing about his feet. With a hard step onto the ground, the thundering illusion step was activated in an explosive, heart-stopping moment, and Yi Futian moved out of the blade's way quick as lightning. The blade whistled past his face. It was a close call. Yi Futian regained his footing, and Yi Xiaoshi was by his side in an instant. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yi Futian nodded slightly, but his expression was icy cold. If it had not been for Li Qingyi's push, he really might have been killed by an attack at such a close range. He looked at Li Sun. The other man still had on the same gentle smile from before. It was as if he had not just attacked Yi Futian. "Good dodge, brother Yi," Li Sun praised, smiling still. Yi Futian was then surrounded by many people from the crowd. These were people who had previously come to offer Yi Futian their holy badges. They weren't Li Sun's underlings, but they obviously could not bear to give up their holy badges and had joined forces with Li Sun to set up this trap. "You may have been lucky, but you won't escape death." Zhuo Jun's expression was dark. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived even this setup. "I never trusted you. But you're a young city lord of the White Sovereign City, with such a good reputation. I didn't think you'd even use your own younger sister to trap me." Yi Futian's voice was icy cold. "I had intended for her to cooperate with me. But the girl was loyal to you, so I had to knock her unconscious instead. You've gotten pretty friendly with Qingyi these days. I imagined you'd ignore all suspicions and let your guard down in the panic of finding out that something had happened to her. It's a pity it didn't work out." Li Sun shook his head, smiling. "But that doesn't change anything." Yi Futian felt a coolness on his back. So, even a person as seemingly virtuous as Li Sun had such a dark and devious side to him. His methods were incredibly ruthless and cruel. "Why are you doing this?" Yi Futian asked. He didn't quite understand Li Sun's motivations. Just what good would it do Li Sun to kill him? Li Sun looked back, and a figure cloaked in black walked out. The figure pulled down his hood to reveal a resolute, cold face. Upon seeing the person, inklings of understanding began to dawn upon Yi Futian. He had seen Mo Jun days ago at the stone ruins. Mu Jiqiu had called him an insanely powerful, top-tier individual. Mo Jun was Ning Huang's top warrior. Many people claimed that if the two worked together, they could be the strongest team in all of the Divine Road. Mo Jun's presence was a clear indication that Li Sun was working for Ning Huang. It was no wonder he was so confident. He had been sneaking Mo Jun into this plan of his. Given Ning Huang's stature, I don't think he would have looked for you first. Did you all approach him then? Yi Futian asked Li Sun. Yes. Li Sun nodded. What do you have to gain from this? Yi Futian asked again. If I become one of young Master Ning's followers, I'll get a share once we open up the relic, Li Sun replied honestly. A follower? Yi Futian laughed disdainfully. It was laughable how Li Sun would rather be a dog of Ning Huang's than be a friend. I promised you before that once I open up the relic, you'd get a share too. Yi Futian sighed. Do you really think you stand a chance at opening up the relic? Li Sun's face was shadowed with doubt. Do you not understand that any one of these top powers could attack at any moment should they wish to? Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. They're just waiting for you to collect the holy badges, and taking care to not step on each other's toes as well. No one ever took you seriously, so where is all this confidence coming from? Li Sun continued his tirade. As for those who offered you their holy badges, how can they be so stupid? Li Sun didn't understand at all. If Ning Huang had wanted to get to the holy badges earlier, there honestly had been no need for him to work with Li Sun. He could have just launched an attack on his own. How could you do this? Li Qingyi looked especially pained. Her eyes were red as she stared at her older brother Li Sun. Shut up. Li Sun shot a cold glare at Li Qingyi. The girl had changed so completely. Li Qingyi no longer listened to his orders, but helped outsiders instead, causing unnecessary complications to this whole affair. She was too much. Miss Qingyi, I've said this before, Zhuo Jun spoke. He followed us onto the Divine Road and we offered him our protection, but he treated us as though we were just mere strangers. It was a complete joke. You should be happy for the young city lord that he has the opportunity to follow young Master Ning now. Zhuo Jun then turned his gaze to Yi Futian, his expression cold. He's only someone of the Arcana plane. What authority does he have to give us any orders like he's our superior? Followed you all onto the Divine Road? Yi Futian scoffed in disdain. Li Sun was the one who invited me to join all of you at the foot of Mount Jiuxian. I never once said I'd follow you. We were only supposed to take care of each other. I was grateful for all that you all had done for me, that's why I came back to find you and let you train with me. I was never asking for your protection. Furthermore, you would all get a share whenever I opened up a relic. And now? Laughing a little, he said no more. Once again, he was resigned to the truths of human nature. If he had been Ning Huang, these people would have willingly followed after him by the thousands. But just because Yi Futian was of the Arcana plane, he was seen to be unfit for many of his pursuits. And now that he had become the center of attention and could command the masses, he had attracted the jealousy of others as well. Let's not waste any more time, Mo Jun boomed, his powerful voice cold. Let's go, he ordered, stepping forward. At his words, attacks came from people on both sides. In an instant, the space was covered in spells that shot straight for Yi Futian and Yi Shaoshi. At the same time, several people leaped through the air, descending with the spells. Noble aura engulfed the space and a frighteningly immense energy could be felt. A blinding light emanated from Yi Shaoshi. With a rustling sound, a gigantic and brilliant tree appeared. The gold and green hues of the tree gave it a dazzling radiance, and the ancient tree stood proudly in the sky like a divine imperial tree. The leaves and vines of the tree seemed incredibly sharp. A frightening murderous glint reflected off them, and the tree spread out its branches all across the space. None of the spells that descended upon the space could break a single twig or leaf of the tree. Someone swung a palm towards the tree, but an incredibly sharp vine pierced through his hand before heading upwards and stabbing the person through the throat. The person was killed in mid-air instantly. A few other people met similar fates. When Yi Shaoshi activated the Emperor's vine life spirit, they had either been pierced through or had their throats stabbed by the vines without exception, dying horrifically in mid-air. Yi Shaoshi was now a grade 8 noble, and his life spirit was especially powerful. Furthermore, he had even integrated into his life spirit a magic weapon that his second senior sister had gifted to him, making him invincible. A normal noble would not compare to him. A nervous flash shot through Li Sun and everyone else's eyes. They had not known that this unassuming fatty could have possessed such frightening power. Mo Jun's eyebrows creased. He sensed that Yi Shaoshi had incredibly powerful abilities. With a step upwards, he leaped into the sky. Unbelievably overwhelming energy emanated from his being, making him seem like a god of war. Upon sensing Mo Jun's energy, Yi Shaoshi knew that he had met a tough match. With a leap, he charged towards the other person. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the sky, before turning back to stare coldly at everyone around him. Seeing Yi Futian standing there alone, a cold glint shot through Zhuo Jun's eyes. He then dashed towards Yi Futian, his movements quick as lightning. His palm shot out ruthlessly in Yi Futian's direction, sharp and deadly as a blade. But Yi Futian only turned to look at him quietly, not moving a muscle. Unbelievably, Yi Futian had no intention to defend himself. "You're looking for death." Zhuo Jun's expression was cold. The shadow of dragon claws as he struck mercilessly where Yi Futian's heart was. Zhuo Jun wanted his attack to pierce through Yi Futian's chest. The strike landed with a thud, but Zhuo Jun did not feel like he had hit flesh. Instead, his attack had made contact with an invincible divine body. His expression turned to horrified shock, but Yi Futian only stared coldly at him. "Are you jealous of me because you thought you were stronger than me? Was that why you thought I wasn't fit to do everything I did?" Yi Futian asked him coldly. Chapter 520, Zhuo Jun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Zhuo Jun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Yi Futian had only been able to assist Zhuo Jun in battle back when they were at the base of Mount Jiuxian. He had only been a negligible cultivator in the 7th level of the Arcana plane then. Yet everything had suddenly changed once he had come to the Divine Road. He now held great influence and had countless followers. With the insane rate at which he opened up relics and how everyone was following his every move, it felt as though Yi Futian had become someone who was way above them. This made him and the rest feel like nobodies. But what made them truly furious was how there was absolutely no special treatment reserved for them. They offered up their holy badges like everyone else and received the same understandings of the relic as any other outsider. As such, Zhuo Jun had instigated Li Sun, the young city lord, to take action of some sort. Li Sun evidently shared his same negative sentiments, and after they saw Ning Huang send someone to talk to Yi Futian, they had secretly gotten in contact with that underling and agreed to work under Ning Huang. But when his blow landed on Yi Futian, he had realized that Yi Futian didn't seem to match up to what he thought of him. At the very least, Yi Futian was physically a lot stronger than him. He had stood there and allowed Zhuo Jun to attack him however he liked, but Zhuo Jun hadn't been able to make him move, much less break through his defenses. Zhuo Jun could not comprehend just what kind of body Yi Futian had. With Zhuo Jun's power, his attacks should be able to do more even if he was up against a grade 9 noble. Yi Futian's body was frighteningly strong. He specialized in body refinement techniques, and after he was attacked by a sage of the Blazing Sun School previously, he had reconstructed his muscles and bones and made them even stronger with the help of the divine light and his life spirit. As such, his body was even stronger than before. With his current body, he would not be shaken by any attack from a person below the noble plane. Zhuo Jun thought very highly of himself. But he had never been so bothered by a person before. Reaching out, Yi Futian grabbed Zhuo Jun by the throat before he could react and retreat. Zhuo Jun looked defeated as he stared at Yi Futian. You think I owe you, but have you ever thought about just what you have done for me? A touch of disgusted disdain descended upon Yi Futian's gaze as he looked at Zhuo Jun. Yi Futian had taken Zhuo Jun with him as he opened up numerous relics. Yet Zhuo Jun had eventually harbored resentment and hatred for him just because Yi Futian had not shown him any preferential treatment. It was apparent that pathetic people always had a detestable side to them. Yi Futian gripped slightly harder, and a soft crack was heard before Zhuo Jun's eyes rolled up into his head and he grew lifeless. Zhuo Jun had never even imagined that he would die so pitifully. It was as though he was a mere ant that had been stepped on. Yi Futian released Zhuo Jun, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Li Sun did not feel any grief at the sight of Zhuo Jun's body. He was only surprised at how powerful Yi Futian was. He had known that Yi Futian was extraordinarily talented, but he was only at the 7th level of the Arcana Plane still. Zhuo Jun was at the peak of the Arcana Plane, and yet he had died so pathetically, as though he had gone up against a noble instead. Many people in White Sovereign City were surprised at Yi Futian's might. And it wasn't just Yi Futian either. They marveled at how even the older senior brother, the fatty, was also incredibly powerful, so much so that he could face Mo Jun in battle. Then, a sound was heard from the sky. It was evident that the cultivators in the palace had been alerted to the huge battle going on here. The people Mo Jun had brought and Li Sun's underlings launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Futian. They obviously understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. They previously thought that it would be as easy as pie to take down Yi Futian with a trap. After all, they had Mo Jun with them. But even the powerful Mo Jun had been held up by Yi Xiaoshi. In a dazzling flurry of light, the divine destruction polearm appeared in Yi Futian's hand. In an instant, brilliant starlight shot out in all directions and a frightening starry storm appeared in the surroundings. Meteorites spun about wildly around Yi Futian, and his body seemed to be made out of the stars themselves. This was the immortal celestial body's technique. As the spell descended upon the space, everyone was kept from advancing. It would not be easy for these people to take Yi Futian down quickly. With a swing of the divine destruction polearm, Yi Futian struck at a noble that was charging at him. The noble was at grade 8 of the noble plane, and when he raised his arm, it was as if a gold rock was striking, quick as lightning. But as the divine destruction polearm descended upon him, he felt an incomparably immense power rush towards him. With a loud boom, his arm was struck numb by the blow. At the same time, an invisible weight pressed down upon him, as though he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. Yi Futian then leaped through the air towards him. With a swooping attack, the noble's arm was shattered and his head smashed in with another loud boom. Everyone was shocked, and Li Sun's expression was that of bewildered surprise. Yi Futian was so strong he could kill a grade 8 noble. The ritual implement elicited feelings of fright in those who saw it. Powerful figures from all across the place, the disciples of the Starry School, Qin Yin and the rest of his group, as well as Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao who had been tasked with guarding Yi Futian, had now reached where Yi Futian was. Upon arriving at the scene, they attacked directly, filling the space with frightening energy as they struck without hesitation. Retreat, Mo Jun ordered, making a snap judgment based on the new situation. He had no desire to battle. While Yi Xiaoshi's plane was lower than his, he was still hard to get rid of. It was difficult to defeat him quickly. Furthermore, the rest of his people would not be able to take down Yi Futian in an instant. The other parties were now gathering in a counterattack. If they were to continue fighting, many may not be able to return. Yi Xiaoshi looked at him. Green and gold rays of light began to intertwine. It was as if millions of arms were spiraling towards Mo Jun at the same time. Each branch, leaf, and vine was like a sharp, invincible blade. Mo Jun's eyes swept coldly over Yi Xiaoshi. The endless dazzle of lightning emanated from his being, and it seemed as though doomsday had come. Frightening spears of darkness shot out with the lightning in a lethal attack on Yi Xiaoshi and came into contact with Yi Xiaoshi's own attack. Mo Jun was not eager to get caught up in battle. Upon seeing those who had just arrived attack people on his side, a radiant image appeared behind him. Within the image was a mighty figure driving a carriage of lightning drawn by frightening dark kuei. Light exploded from the image and the dark kuei burst out, pulling the carriage along as it charged around. The carriage was unstoppable, and everyone was forced back, with those who got too close getting injured from being hit. The person on the carriage leaped through the air to Mo Jun's side. In a flash of lightning that hid them from everyone else, the two rose into the sky at an incredible speed. They had instantly left the battlefield and were in the skies. What a mighty Dharma spirit, many people marveled as they looked at Mo Jun, who was high up in the sky. Mo Jun was a freakishly powerful figure of the divine road, and his abilities were incomparable. Mo Jun had two life spirits, which merged to form the powerful Dharma spirit that had just appeared. Mo Jun was incomparably powerful, and he had snuck into the palace undetected to attack Yi Futian. Yet he had still failed. It seemed like Yi Shaoshi had gotten in Mo Jun's way. Perhaps everyone had misjudged the fatty. He was actually powerful beyond measure. Li Sun, Qin Yin and the rest understood just what had happened upon seeing Li Sun in the air. Their expressions turned dark at the realization. Li Sun had betrayed them and joined forces with outsiders to target Yi Futian. Since Mo Jun was an underling of Ning Huang's, it was only presumable that Li Sun had switched allegiance to Ning Huang. A good reputation. Zui Qianqiu shook his head smiling sardonically. Li Sun had only been putting up a front. Looking at Li Qingyi, who was being held captive by Li Sun, he sighed to himself that it was such a waste that a good young lady like her was going to be dragged down with Li Sun. Yi Futian, you can't always just do whatever you want without thinking about what's usually done. Why set yourself up for failure? Li Sun spoke from where he was in the sky. Without thinking about what's usually done. Yi Futian shot Li Sun a glare. It's not like you know how to behave properly. Yi Futian ignored Li Sun after that. Turning away, he walked towards the outskirts of the palace. What is he going to do? Many people's gazes turned to Yi Futian before they too started to follow after him. Could he be? There was a subtle sense of excitement in the air. Yi Futian had already collected enough holy badges. Was he going to open up the large relic? A flash of excitement shot through Mo Jun's eyes, and he moved from where he was high up in the sky to chase after Yi Futian as well. Behind them, everyone both inside and outside of the palace was alerted to the happenings and followed the crowd too. In no time, a frightening gathering of people was formed. Leaving the palace to walk through flaming prison city, Yi Futian was followed by a procession of countless powerful individuals. It was an intimidating sight to see. In the skies far away from where they were, rays of light were shooting towards them. The air warship was the first to arrive where Yi Futian and the rest were. It was Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world, who had followed after Yi Futian's group in the sky on the air warship. Then, Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa arrived. Following him, Xia Ho, people from the Nantian House, disciples of the Duantian mountain range and various other powerful individuals began to arrive as well. They all looked at Yi Futian. Isn't it a little inappropriate for Mo Jun and Ning Huang to act on their own? Gu Feiyang from the Duantian mountain range commented, his voice loud and clear. It was clear that Ning Huang wanted to snatch the holy badges for himself ahead of time and disappear with them. Do you have a problem with that? A blinding light dazzled from afar, and Ning Huang came from afar, followed by countless people. Ning Huang glanced down. He had not expected Mo Jun to fail. It seemed like the other party had been somewhat prepared. However, the ending to these events would still remain the same. If Li Sun had not voluntarily come to him at the start, then Ning Huang would not have bothered with such tricks. A direct attack to snatch the holy badges by force would have sufficed for him. Ning Huang didn't see the need for such troublesome tactics. But since Li Sun wanted to offer him the holy badges, Ning Huang just went along with it. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to make a move. Yi Futian had collected sufficient holy badges and was ready to open up the large relic. The only thing was, it seemed like Yi Futian was still intent on holding on to the holy badges himself. Give me the holy badges, and we'll forget about everything that happened in the past. I guarantee you'll be safe. Ning Huang looked down at Yi Futian and made an offer. He didn't mind that Yi Futian had rejected him before. As long as Ning Huang got his hands on the holy badges, he was perfectly happy to pretend as though nothing had happened before. Yi Futian threw Ning Huang a glance. Ning Huang was insufferably arrogant. He was the one who had sent people to attack him, and yet now he was offering to forget about everything that had happened if Yi Futian gave him the holy badges. Just who was the one who had tried to pull off an underhanded attack on Yi Futian? Ning Huang had sent people to kill Yi Futian, and yet now he would only forget about everything if Yi Futian handed over the holy badges. If one were to try to apply this logic elsewhere, they'd be met with sneers. But now no one thought there was anything amiss about the statement, just because Ning Huang had been the one to say it. Ning Huang made it sound as though he was giving Yi Futian a chance. Yi Futian continued walking ahead, ignoring Ning Huang. Though there were countless people following after Yi Futian, the atmosphere was very tense. Everyone present in the sky was insanely powerful individuals. Within the barren state, these people were the best of their generation in various aspects, and any one of them could potentially be iconic figures in the future. These people were sure to enter the Holy Ji Palace. And at this very moment, everyone was staring at Yi Futian, preparing to attack. Chapter 521, Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian, those who suit their actions to the times are wise. Hand over the holy badge, and you may still live, Li Sun, who was standing beside Mo Jun, said. He wanted to follow Ning Huang and intended to perform a deed of merit to win it. The ambush failed, however, and he began to worry for his own future. You shameless bastard! I was so wrong to have been your friend. Xianyuan Beishan, the young city lord of Yellow City, scoffed coldly as he glared at Li Sun. Li Sun used to be a member of Mount Zhoushan and was tutored personally by the sages, yet he betrayed them and sided with Ning Huang. Li Sun took a look at Xianyuan Beishan with equally cold eyes. He did not feel any shame for what he did. One trained to achieve strength, be it serving the sages as he used to or siding with Ning Huang as he did now, it was all for his own growth. Only by following powerful figures would one's vista of the world be broadened. His training on Mount Zhoushan severely limited this, yet he earned the chance to encounter top-notch geniuses all the time, which was very different from how he trained back then. Xianyuan Beishan would have been able to understand the correctness of his actions given time. Li Sun did not do so out of Zhuo Jun's provocations, he weighed the pros and cons before doing what he did. He knew to seize the day when the opportunity presented itself. There's an ancient saying, people die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. You knew the holy badge was too much for you, so why did you force yourself then? Gu Feiyang of Mount Duantian asked, hoping that Yi Futian would have yielded and handed over his holy badge. Well, who wouldn't want to see what they are made of when the chance presents itself? Yet, those who did often ended up paying the price with their lives. Xia Ho smirked. He had seen too many who behaved like this, but Yi Futian was still considered one of a kind among those people. Yi Futian was able to crack the ruins, had command over what amounted to an army of mighty ones, and made them his personal guards by his flanks. All of that was something in their own right. It was a pity that he was out of his luck. They were on the holy road, and anyone encountered would be a top-level figure among the younger generations of the barren state. Even with Yi Futian's immense talents, his current plane meant that he would have been able to leave the ruins in death. There was simply no other way to go about it. Yi Futian, you would have been a somebody and would have had a bright future of you if you made it out of here. Why risk all that for the ruins? Chu Shang said, looking at Yi Futian. She was an acquaintance of his and no one in Nantian House knew the young man better than Nan Feng and his people. The Battle of Sky Mountain was glorious. She thought it would have been a pity for one such as Yi Futian to perish on the holy roads. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Chu Shang, then smirked sarcastically at her. It all sounded very nice, like it was all said for his own good. Yet, the Chu Shang and the others' intentions were simple, they were after his holy badge. There are many powerful figures on the holy roads, and you all managed to carve out your own place here. With that said, I think all of you would have thousands of such badges on your person. Yet, instead of fighting amongst yourselves for the badges, you all came here. You all looked as if you were persuading me to take a better path, but you were simply throwing threats at me. Why is that then? Yi Futian swept his gaze over the opposing party and answered his own question. It is because you see that I'm weak, someone you can bully into submission. The world of cultivators has always been one where the strong preys on the weak. Since you are able to understand that fact, why hold on to all that and die a vain death? Bing Yi, virgin of mortal world, said coldly. Chu Shang was trying to be nice, yet Yi Futian seemed to have no intention to yield regardless. Yi Futian smirked. What Bing Yi said was the truth. The strong preyed on the weak. It was precisely because they thought he was weak that they ganged up on him, intending to take his holy badge away. I hope you all will always be the strong ones. Yi Futian smirked sarcastically as he said that. Goddess Bing Yi, it seems that this man has no intention of appreciating our kindness, Gu Feiyang, a disciple of sage Duantian, said plainly. He looked at Yi Futian below, who looked dashing. Gu Feiyang took a step forward, and the winds howled in response, as his spiritual qi exploded outward. It was apparent that Gu Feiyang was about to make his move. Everyone beside Yi Futian blasted away with their aura as they peered upward. Fierce gales whipped in the air above Gu Feiyang, calling forth immense pressure on the ground below. A glittering ancient mountain, which looked like the mountain of the gods, seemed to have appeared behind him. He willed his Dharma spirit to unleash powerful attacks. Broken cliff faces fell from the skies, which looked like they had been shaved clean enough to sever the void, and they rained down on their intended targets. They flew with great speeds, making them look like a rain of giant mountain blades. The noble plain mighty ones from Starry School leaped into the air and unleashed powerful spells. Countless meteors floated in the air, which closed in on the blades of rocks. The move was none other than the star burial spell. Loud booming sounds reverberated in the air as the spells clashed. The rock blades cut through the star burial spell and continued raining downward. The noble plain mighty ones gathered their strengths and blew the blades to smithereens. Gu Feiyang leaped forward. His hair flailed about in the air as he extended his arm, bringing down the might of the godly mountain on his foes, seemingly with full intention of burying the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a terrifying sense of pressure on them. Their bodies were barely able to move, as if they were being crushed by gravity. Many leaped into the air and launched their attacks, resisting the falling giant mountain. One figure after another was thrown off, vomiting blood from their mouths. The mountain seemed to have carried an irresistible amount of pressure on it. Anyone who got near felt like their insides were being crushed by said pressure. Top-notch geniuses were practically people who could have taken on an army all by themselves. They were existences capable of raising nations if they so fancied. Mo Jun, who made his move before, took to the air and launched his attacks again. His Dharma spirit bloomed and the air seemed to be filled with lightning storms. A mass of lightning in the form of a carriage which seemed to be pulled by a kuei emerged from above. Anyone who dared stand in its way would have been quickly torn apart. Galloping noises rang throughout the space as the army of chariots followed soon. Mo Jun leaped onto one of the chariots and went straight for Yi Futian. His eyes were cold as he glared at Yi Shaoshi, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He did not have his fill of the previous battle, and he intended to see right there and then how a grade 8 noble, who was of a lower plane than he was, would have fared trying to stop his stampede. Be careful, Yi Shaoshi said to Yi Futian as he leaped upward for the clouds. Second sister had him come to the Dawn Road instead of the Nether Road to guard Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian proved to be quite a handful, and the troubles he stirred right there was a testament to that fact. He was still incapable of taking care of himself right there, and things were looking dire for all of them. Yi Shaoshi knew that that was Yi Futian's way of things. The young man simply was unable to keep himself still in peace. Ning Huang took a look at the battle between Yi Xiaoshi and Mo Jun. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Yi Xiaoshi's Dharma spirit was a powerful one, Emperor's Vines. They took the form of Tree of Emperors and incorporated the divine arms and ritual implements of the sages, making the attack looking like he was having control over such fearsome arsenal in the thousands. No one would have been able to make it near him easily, and it was no wonder that Mo Jun was incapable of taking down Yi Futian before. Xia Ho led the mighty ones in the air downward, and a firestorm was seen above Xia Ho's body. Dark colors streaked across the flames. It was the flames of ruin, flames that were inextinguishable and would have burned everything they touched until they were reduced to cinders. Many hesitated to move near him as Xia Ho made his move. The flames of ruin were simply too dangerous. Anyone who was of inadequate capacity would have been burned to death if they so much as touched the flames, with no chance of escape. A long Shao flute was seen in Xiao Junyi's hand, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He put the flute close to his mouth and began to blow the instrument. Streaks of formless power of the tunes spread from the holes on the flute. Hints of sorrow came from the tune played, which fit Xiao Junyi's temperament very well. The formless tune which spread out turned into a fearsome spiritual will attack. It blew like a breeze on the flames of ruin coming from above. The falling wisps of flames known to be inextinguishable were quickly extinguished. Many looked in Xiao Junyi's direction and felt a chill run down their spines. The flames of ruin, which were something even powerful water spells would not have been able to do anything against, were extinguished by Xiao Junyi's tune instead. It was a solid testament to the spiritual will laced within the tune. It would have been engulfed by the flames instead otherwise. Xia Ho took a look at Xiao Junyi as well. One move and he was already able to tell that Xiao Junyi was a formidable combatant. The tune wiggled its way into his mind in the form of formless spiritual energies, messing up his will someone and robbing him of his mental focus. Boom! A formidable explosion of flames of ruin took place and Xia Ho was seen bathing in it, like a god of fire getting ready to burn everything down in his path, as he made his way to Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi remained calm and serene as he continued playing his flute. The sorrow about his body made his clothes flutter, as his dashing figure rose into the air. A storm of immeasurable magnitude began to form around him. The flames of ruin clad around Xia Ho burned unpredictably, extinguishing for one moment only to burn bright again in the next, an influence brought about by the tune. His will was under assault and his expressions looked gloom. An unknown figure ended up making him look bad. It seemed that many hidden geniuses were on the holy road indeed. Xia Ho lifted his palm and went on to clap on Xiao Junyi with a terrifying palm of flames of ruin. The move looked a palm of burning silence, rendering all who looked at it feeling fear in their minds. Would Xiao Junyi have been able to resist one such move? Xiao Junyi's body remained floating in the air, while looking all dashing and handsome as he played away with his flute. Auroras of music appeared around him, which took the forms of indestructible sword of music, and flew straight for the palm. They cut right through it and in an instant, the palm of flames of ruin scattered to bits and was extinguished shortly after. Xia Ho's expressions changed as his flames of ruin roared. A dragon conjured by the flames of ruin out to reduce all to cinders appeared and charged straight again for Xiao Junyi. The man with the flute continued playing his tune calmly, as one divine bird of music after another gathered around him. Rocks and phoenixes came as they heard the tune, and went on to face the dragon. Both sides clashed and the dragon of flames of ruin was yet again extinguished. Xia Ho was simply unable to do anything about him. Interesting. The mighty ones from Nantian House did not make their move. Nanhao looked on with an interested expression. All manners of peculiarities life had to offer appeared as soon as the holy road was opened. Many formidable figures were hiding among the common people, and Xiao Junyi was one of the first of the hidden ones to have displayed fighting capacities of top-notch geniuses. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from Mortal World looked troubled, while Ning Huang simply spared Xiao Junyi a look. His composure remained, and then he took a look at Yi Futian. Ning Huang stood up from the carriage. His body was clad in immense brilliance, making him look like some kind of god. Ning Huang, at the moment, looked as if he was donned in godlike armor, looking arrogant and proud as he stepped. The air shook as he walked in Yi Futian's direction. Ning Huang has made his move. Many shivered at the thought as Ning Huang was thought to be unstoppable. Qin Yin, Xianyuan Beishan, Xia Wuji and the others appeared above Yi Futian as they unleashed their formidable auras. Ning Huang swept at all of them with cold eyes. Some closed in on him attempting to hold him back. Ning Huang responded by taking a heavy step in the air, which seemed to have stepped right into the minds of everyone around him. Those who were of insufficient strength and training whelped in response, and blood was seen at the corner of their mouths, gazing in terror at the figure making its way downward. A mighty one said to be among the top 3 on the Holy Road, was no joke indeed. Chapter 522, More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. If those top-class figures were to get their hands on the ruins, it would have been a given that they would simply keep the place for themselves instead of sharing with others. They were only willing to hand holy badges to him because he had previously shared the ruins he had cracked open with others. It was due to that became willing to bet on him, even though they knew the risk of them ended up losing was high. With those top-class figures going all out to fight up in the air, they came to realize how meager their chances of winning were, which was close to zero. Some of those mighty ones packed more punch than they would have imagined. Ning Huang moved proudly like he was a god. Clad in godlike armor and looking insurmountable, he moved slowly, yet every step carried immeasurable pressure. He lifted his foot to step on the air yet again. His one step seemed to have been stepping on the hearts of the ones around him. Many felt as if they were suffocating and went pale. More went spitting blood. Even those who have reached grade 7 noble plane felt the heft of his steps all the same, their insides being under immense pressure and their minds filled with horror. Boom! Ning Huang took his third step. Those in noble planes around him spat blood, even those who were of grade 7 noble plane just like him. Needless to say, those of grade 8 or 9 suffered very badly. There were 9 grades to the noble plane, with grade 1 being the most powerful. It went without saying that the difference between different planes was even greater. Only those who were grade 7 nobles like he was were able to withstand the pressure, the likes of Ning Huang emanated. Those who were of even lower planes were unable to withstand even one step of his. If Ning Huang wanted to go on a killing spree, anyone who dared even walk up to him would have died on the spot. Seeing Ning Huang had already made his way down, Xianyuan Beishan roared and went charging with his axe. The gleam from his weapon was intense, like he was going to split the sky itself. Xia Wuji, Qin Yin and all the others began to make their moves, blasting away with their sword auras and went for the impossibly imposing being. Those who guarded Yi Futian all wanted nothing then than to stop Ning Huang's advancement. Ning Huang's expressions hardly flinched. He remained the being who ignored all as he made his steps downward. Protective light screens appeared around him. The flash from the axe looking like it was to split the sky was split in the middle, and the sword intent that was aimed at him menacingly was reduced to nothing. Xianyuan Beishan spat up blood as his body was sent flying. The earth cracked as he landed. Xia Wuji, Qin Yin and the others were not doing any better. All suffered grievous internal injuries, and they looked at Ning Huang in a despairing manner. Every single step he made seemed to be more powerful. No one would have been able to stand in front of the likes of him, and stayed there for long. Such was the meaning of top-class geniuses, beings who were seemingly invincible even against those of the very same plane, and there seemed to be unstoppable by anyone. Yi Futian told hold of the polearm of divine destruction, and terrifying starry storms whipped up around him. Ning Huang spared him a look, before taking yet another step. Yi Futian felt like he was being stepped under a divine, giant foot, which penetrated everything. Rumbling noises were heard. His starry meteor storm was violently dispersed, and the starry Dharma body around him cracked into million pieces. Ning Huang remained in the air, casting his gaze at the young man like he was a god, and spoke, an ant trying to shake the tree. You are way in over your head. Where is the holy badge? Ning Huang had sent men to tell Yi Futian to hand over his badge on the day itself. He would have let him have a share at opening the ruins and have him enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Yet, Yi Futian scoffed at the idea, wanting to open up the ruins on his own instead. Men from the Nantian House, Mortal World, and the Sword Saint Villa all cast their eyes at Ning Huang's direction. The result hardly surprised them. It was rare enough to have Ning Huang make a move personally, and there would have been no way the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to resist him. It was indeed ants trying to shake the tree. Everything happened just as predicted. Rumbling noises were heard again and the earth shook. The golden great ape's body was seen moving in Yi Futian's direction. It was apparent that despite being a demonic beast, it had wanted to get his hands on the holy badge to open the ruins all the same. Yan Jiu from Sword Saint Villa took the form of a sword and zapped through the air like a bolt of lightning, making his way for Yi Futian as well. Ning Huang was able to feel them moving. He frowned, looking at Yi Futian's direction and getting prepared to take him away, when he saw a sarcastic smirk on the young man's face. Yi Futian threw a ring at Yuan Zhan, who was running at him. Seems like you have a death wish, Ning Huang said coldly. He did not bother with Yi Futian and had simply turned around to move in the ring's trajectory, catching it with his hand. Yuan Zhan arrived at the same time, and it threw its golden palm about with full intentions to kill. It seemed everything in the air shook for the moment. The golden great ape looked like it was made entirely of gold, sporting 9 invincible offensive and defensive capacities. Yuan Zhan's palm attack clashed directly with Ning Huang's and exploded. No one came up on top of the other right there and then. Yuan Zhan extended its other hand trying to take the ring, yet a sword aura swept by and hit right onto the ring. It was sent flying as Yan Jiu arrived at the scene. 3 mighty ones, fighting over a ring. On the other hand, Yi Futian, who had been the target of everyone's wrath just a while ago, seemed to no longer be a concern to anyone. Everyone's attention was on the ring, even though they have had no idea if the badge was indeed within the ring. Yet, given how Yi Futian threw something like that away at such timing, no one would have given up trying to snatch it. Yi Futian broke out his flying boat and swung his legs onto the ritual implement. He moved away like a lightning bolt riding on it. Come look for me later, Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the rest, before disappearing in the air with the flying boat. The 2 goddesses on the mortal world warship cast their gaze at Yi Futian and looked troubled. The speed of the flying boat would have very probably exceeded even that of their air warship. Just how was that thing flying so fast? They both felt something was off right there and then. Don't let him get away, someone yelled, being worried that Yi Futian had simply bluffing them earlier, before chasing after him. The 3 mighty ones continued fighting all the same, but the ring fell onto someone beneath them. Seeing how all 3 of them coming in his direction, the unlucky person threw the ring in haste and added, "That is just a normal ring." All 3 of them were dumbfounded. Ning Huang lifted his hand and caught the ring, before wearing an impossibly ugly expression on his face. They had been played. The ring was not even one that was capable of storage. It was just a common ornament. He threw the ring at Yan Jiu, before turning around and walking away with terrifying murderous intent. Does Yi Futian really think he can get away clean? If he wanted Yi Futian dead, the young man would have needed to die in the Holy Road. There was no way he could have survived. Boom! Everyone felt the heavens and the earth shook. They lifted their heads and cast their gaze far away, seeing a beam of light shot straight for the clouds and reaching the heavens. Ning Huang's murderous intent dissipated, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. He finally came to understand that the holy badge was never on Yi Futian's person. He threw a ring to catch everyone's attention, while someone took the real badge and went opening the ruins. The booming noise heard before was a sign that the ruins were being opened. Everyone, including those high and mighty top-class geniuses, was played by Yi Futian. Qin Yin and the others were just as dumbfounded as they looked far away. They had only come to realize that the several people, who had been with him all the time, were hardly seen as of late. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and even Mu Jiqiu, none of them were around. Only the most powerful Yi Shaoshi remained. Having cracked open many ruins in a strong, everyone thought he would have gone to open the ruins on his own with the badge in his hands. It would not have made sense to paw the chance off to others, to entrust others with the task. Yet, Yi Futian went doing so instead. He knew what everyone was thinking. When everyone thought he was totally lost and helpless in front of Ning Huang, he threw a ring out. Regardless if the badge was indeed within the ring, he knew that everyone would have gone after it. No one would have risked the chance of not confirming for themselves, an opening which he exploited to get away on the flying boat. One streak of lightning after another zapped by. Everyone went chasing after Yi Futian, which was also the direction leading to the ruins. The location of the ruins was the first place that he went to check out, the stone forest. When he came to the stone forest, it looked different from what he had remembered. Endless flames encased the place. Horrifying fires were imprinted on the peculiar stones of the place. The horrifying flames looked pitch black, making the place seem like an area consisted of only fire, which looked capable of burning everything to the ground. Flaming prison city. Yi Futian seemed to have come to understand the meaning of the city. The horrifying flames shot for the skies, looking like imposing figures looking down on the mortals scurrying about between the heavens and the earth. Yu Sheng stood right at the center of these figures, an immeasurable amount of power flowing into his body. Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu and even the black-winged condor was there. Yi Futian knew that when he had collected enough number of holy badges, the top-class figures would not have let him open the ruins himself. All eyes were on him, and they would have taken the badges before he was able to open up the place. As such, he had Yu Sheng and the rest came to open the ruins instead. The flying boat flew forward, entering the ruins' fire area. Despite having the protection of starlight about him, the currents of fire in the air seemed like they were capable of simply swallowing him up. How do you feel? Yi Futian smiled at Yu Sheng in front of him. You should be the one to open up the place, Yu Sheng answered. Haven't we always been going about things share and share alike all the time? Yi Futian asked as he smiled. He had always seen what was his, also what was Yu Sheng's. Yeah. Yu Sheng nodded. What is mine is yours. So, your turn now. A beam of light was stripped from his body as he finished his sentence, making for Yi Futian. That was the something he had acquired when opening up the ruins, something that would have made him the master of the place. When the beam of light rested on Yi Futian, the ruins gleamed in brilliant lights in an instant, falling onto him. He felt an indescribable air turned about his body at the moment. You need to enhance your plane, and let them know who you are. Yu Sheng looked straight and narrow as he uttered those words and looked at Yi Futian. His eyes flickered not for even a second. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui did not feel weird at all, yet Mu Jiqiu was rather moved instead. Just what is with those two? How can one just simply hand over a lineage of the ruins like this to the other? Yi Futian smiled looking at Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng remained as he had always been. A guy so honest that he looked rather dumb, then, now and always. Chapter 523, A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who'd chased Yi Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yan Zhou from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Yi Futian in the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only an arcana plane. A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who'd chased Yi Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yan Zhou from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Yi Futian in the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only an arcana plane. Ning Huang also arrived. Bathing in bright light, he looked powerful like a god. Everyone was looking toward the relic's direction. They all had a profound background, so they knew things others couldn't know. They sent people to spy on Yi Futian. Once Yi Futian collected all the holy badges, they would rob Yi Futian. For them, Yi Futian wasn't the enemy at all. It was impossible for them to let a guy from Arcana Plane open the relics before them. Their real enemy was each other. However, Yi Futian didn't open the relics himself, but the one who opened the relics still left the relics to Yi Futian. Born elevated, they had never been fooled like this. This was especially embarrassing for Ning Huang. He was at such an elevated status but was fooled to fight for an ordinary ring. Ning Huang's group looked up at that enormous shadow of the fire god. The flaming prison city was left on the holy road by ancient saints of the Holy Ji Palace for the descendants to cultivate and inherit. Most of the relics on the holy road were remains of those ancestors from the Holy Ji Palace. They died and their bodies turned into a part of the path, nourishing their descendants. Common people didn't know the history of the holy road. Anyone that gave me a holy badge can enter in the relic for cultivation. Others are not permitted, said Yi Futian loudly. He stood in the middle of the shadow and his voice could be heard from the distance. Those on the way became excited, especially those who had handed Yi Futian their holy badge. Yi Futian opened the big relics successfully and was ready to fulfill his promise. This time, he had no intention of making the relics known to everyone on the holy road as he had done before. Only those who had given him the holy badge would know. In this case, those who had coveted the relics for long but refused to give would have no chance to reap without sowing. They all knew that there were too many such people who thought that as long as they followed Yi Futian, once Yi Futian opened the relics, they could all enter and cultivate just like last time. Obviously, they were wrong this time. People who had handed over the holy badge walked toward the relics one by one. At this moment, however, Yan Jiu in the sky pointed his finger up and horrible sword intent flew over all of a sudden. Countless swords hung in the sky and made clanged. Amazing destructive power broke out. Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Jiu from the sword Saint Villa. He stepped out with dreadful sword intent around him. The surrounding space grew more and more oppressive. He stared at Yi Futian and lifted one of his fingers. Endless sword intent gathered at one point and rocketed toward Yi Futian. The sword flashed through the air with sharp sounds and scary sword intent. Though the distance between the two was quite far, the sword intent still rushed toward Yi Futian accurately. In the relic, some strands of fire fell down and surrounded the rushing sword. The sword was suddenly wrapped in fire. It didn't stop, but it was melting bit by bit. Yan Jiu didn't give up. He moved forward and a horrible shadow appeared behind him. All of a sudden, strong sword intent rolled over as if a sword saint descended. Spiritual chi in the world seemingly resonated with his body and turned into sword intent, rolling in the air. The endless sword intent descended and rushed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up in the sky. Seeing the endless sword intent, his face turned cold. At this time, a flute was heard. It was Xiao Junyi playing his flute beside Yi Futian. Light transformed from the flute music clashed with the sword intent like lightning. In the end, both disappeared. Xiao Junyi attracted people's attention with his music, which soon turned into a powerful musical storm that became stronger and stronger. The musical rhythm flew around him and suddenly rushed into Yi Futian's mind. The rhythm was invisible. Before Xiao Junyi sent his attack, no prelude was heard. No one in the relic even knew that Yi Futian was attacked. However, the music turned straight into a mental attack and disrupted Yi Futian's spiritual energy. Xiao Junyi remained facing Yan Jiu. He looked gloomy but still handsome. Beams of rhythmic light invaded Yi Futian's brain and turned into the scary light of darkness. Yi Futian's mentality was disrupted heavily. Coldness dug into him. Yi Futian had presumed that after the relic was opened, he only needed to wait for his cultivation to rise. He had never expected there was still a deadly attack waiting here. While he was calculating the other talents on the holy road, people were calculating him too. Someone had been waiting here to send the last deadly attack, then robbing everything Yi Futian worked for. There seemed to be a terrible deadly gray airflow in the rhythm. In an instant, Yi Futian felt like his mental will was falling apart. It didn't give him enough time to use the relic's power. That dreadful gray airflow swept every part of his body. His face darkened and the color spread through his body. What happened? Seeing Yi Futian's expression, people were stunned. Then they saw a horrible shapeless rhythmic storm enveloping Yi Futian. It seemed to want to isolate him from the relic. Xiao Junyi. People looked again at that melancholy and handsome figure. Seeing what happened, Xia Ho grinned. He had fought with Xiao Junyi before. He knew Xiao Junyi's terrible strength. Such a person wouldn't be willing to follow Yi Futian. He'd disguised himself well, just like them. Yi Shaoshi stepped out at this minute. Extremely sharp golden foliage rolled out like spears. Xiao Junyi was still playing his flute. But at the same time, there was some dark light following the rhythm. Yi Shaoshi's vines turned black in an instant and withered. It's the spiritual qi of death. The sight of this shocked people and reminded them of the reason why those people died in the palace. It was him. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi looked handsome with his outstanding temperament. Both his cultivation and talent were at the top level and was recommended to Yi Futian by others. No one expected that Xiao Junyi had such a dark side. He's a necromancer. Those top talents were astonished. They looked at Xiao Junyi who was still playing his flute. Yi Futian's face had totally turned into dark. The dead spirit swept through his body, taking all his vitality. At the same time, the mental attack prevented him from communicating with the relic. He was being eaten away little by little. But suddenly, blazing light appeared around Yi Futian. The darkness on his face disappeared gradually while Xiao Junyi could feel there was a power protecting Yi Futian from being encroached. Whoosh! The horrible flames enveloped Yi Futian's body and burned down the spiritual qi of death. Then he opened his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Junyi coldly. The relic began to shake and a flaming light rushed into Xiao Junyi's brain. Xiao Junyi groaned and was forced back. He put down his flute and glanced at Yi Futian. There was a mysterious power protecting Yi Futian. That was why he failed. That instant, horrible flames rolled out toward Xiao Junyi, but dark smoke appeared around Xiao Junyi. The spiritual qi of death went wild and he ran frantically, but the flames caught up and burned on. There was an explosion and the smoke turned into ashes. In the distance, Xiao Junyi floated down. He looked still handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Junyi glanced at Yi Futian with no expression. He didn't seem to care about this failure and just turned around, ready to leave. What's your relationship with the Dark Saint? Xia Ho came and asked Xiao Junyi. He didn't feel wrong to be stopped by Xiao Junyi earlier. Xiao Junyi ignored him and walked away. Xia Ho stepped forward and raised his hands. Instantly, endless flames appeared in the air. Xiao Junyi immediately took out his flute and played again. Dark figures loomed in the distance and rushed toward Xia Ho. Xia Ho frowned and waved his hand. The flames rushed to envelop those figures, but it didn't work. Those figures kept rushing toward him. Dead spirits. Xia Ho's face turned ashen. He lifted his hand and sent out a big handprint. Those figures were all burnt out, but Xiao Junyi was gone. He seemingly had no interest in fighting with Xia Ho. He can control the dead spirits. He must be the successor of the Dark Saint. It won't be easy for this generation of the barren state, said Bing Yi on the air warship. People like Ning Huang, Yan Jiu, and Yuan Zhan were all very strong cultivators. Now, there was also the Dark Saint's successor. It was known to all that the Dark Saint was maverick and cruel. Countless people lost lives because of him. Too many famous cultivators wanted to eliminate him, but those who acted always had a tragic end. The Dark Saint was a very horrible name on the barren states list. Yi Futian had a very strong talent, but his level was comparatively low. He had encountered so many strong cultivators on this holy road, and this was only one of the 8 paths, the Dawn Road. It was the most dangerous road. What would things be like when they exited the Dawn Road and gathered at the Holy Ji Palace with all the strong cultivators from the other roads? Even though Yi Futian had the relic, he still couldn't defeat him. He was undoubtedly playing with fire. The relics could help him improve, but what about the future? Could he shoot up fast enough? After fooling people like Ning Huang, Yi Futian might lose his life on the Holy Road even with his outstanding talent. If the life couldn't be guaranteed, the promotion of strength means nothing. Let's go. Bing Yi glanced at Yi Futian indifferently and left. Chapter 524. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Let's go. Ning Huang turned away, ready to go back to the city he had occupied. People like them seldom hesitated. He was upset to fail with Yi Futian, but he couldn't stay here anymore. He decided to give up. He would continue collecting other holy badges for opening the big relic in their city. After all of this, their desire to open the big relic became so strong that even uncommon means might be used if necessary. After all, Yi Futian had opened one. They inferred that Xiao Junyi must be the Dark Saint's successor. Everyone had seen him control the dead spirits. Killing others for the holy badges seemed possible to him too. With Xiao Junyi's strength, collecting the holy badges was still easy for him. Then, Yi Futian and Xiao Junyi would open the relic. How would others think if they didn't succeed? At this time, no one in the Dawn Road knew that bloody chaos was awaiting them. After Ning Huang left, Mo Jun would naturally follow him. Li Sun glanced at Yi Futian's direction. He saw Qin Yin, Shenyuan Beishan, and Xia Wuji. These people followed Yi Futian and they must have benefited a lot this time. Li Sun could have been one of them, but he chose to follow Ning Huang. He'd gone down a totally different path. But he didn't regret it. Li Sun knew that Ning Huang was extremely talented and this was just a temporary failure. Ning Huang would definitely open the relic in his city. Then Li Sun would take back what he had lost. He believed that Ning Huang was a far better choice than Nine Saint Mountain. Ning Huang would enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the personal disciple of powerful figures. Turning around, Li Sun became more determined. He glanced at Li Qingyi, who was being guarded, and said, "Take her with us. I can go on my own." Li Qingyi followed Li Sun and asked, "Do you regret it?" "Why would I regret following Mr. Ning?" Li Qingyi sneered. "You thought that Yi Futian would fail and die, but what happened? It sounds nice that you follow Ning Hung for cultivation, but can't you see the gap between you and him? Has he talked about anything with you? Sure, he has a promising future. But is there anything to do with you? You are just one of his many followers. Maybe tomorrow he won't even remember who you are." "Shut up." Li Sun was irritated. Of course he knew that Ning Huang did think too highly of him, especially after this failure. But he didn't want to think about it. Following Ning Huang was the only thing he had to comfort himself now. Am I right? Li Qingyi laughed. "Brother, you used to be a successful gentleman. Our father was proud of you. People in White Sovereign City all praised you. You always knew how to make the best choice. You are so clever that you only make the best choice for yourself, so you would rather betray Yi Futian and follow Ning Huang. But what do you get now?" Crack! A crisp sound was heard and a handprint appeared on Li Qingyi's face. Li Sun had slapped her directly and said coldly, "Li Qingyi, remember your identity. If you dare to talk to me with such an attitude again, I won't let you go. Don't blame me for not considering you as my sister then." "Sister?" Li Qingyi looked at Li Sun ironically. Some blood oozed on the corner of her mouth. Did Li Sun finally expose his nature? Li Qingyi and Li Sun shared the same father but had different mothers. Li Sun, as the eldest son, was especially favored while Li Qingyi only existed to help him. This was why she entered the Holy Road. This was her destiny. Therefore, she had never asked for anything for herself. She didn't dare hope that she could enter the Holy Ji Palace too. Standing outside of the Holy Ji Palace to see how strong those top talents of the barren state were was all she wanted. She knew those talents must be far stronger than Li Sun. But now, she was not sure whether her wish could come true anymore. Those top talents who stood far from the relic left gradually, but there were still countless figures around the relic. Most of them were local cultivators. Disciples from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were also among them. They exclaimed at Yi Futian's victory. They had known the sun's talent while in Divine Sky City. Now on the Holy Road, Yi Futian caused another sensation. The Starry School's disciples would benefit a lot by following him too. Leaders of both the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had no idea that Yi Futian was still alive at this time. What would happen if they knew? And what would be the outcome if Yi Futian really entered the Holy Ji Palace in the end? It was especially impossible for the Blazing Sun School to forget what a loss Yi Futian had brought to them. Anyway, Yi Futian had no time to think about them. Seeing those top talents departing, he claimed, "As I said before, I will open the relic and share with anyone that has handed over holy badges. Now that the relic is open, I will keep my promise. Anyone that has given me the holy badges before can enter the relic to cultivate. I will teach you how to understand the relic spirit and also return your holy badges." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people were reassured and smiled. More than 10,000 people handed their holy badges this time. They finally reaped from their sowing. Yi Futian didn't let them down. As he had promised before, he opened the relic successfully under the noses of so many top talents. Now that he would meet his word, they were naturally happy. "Of course, those who didn't give me holy badges shall not enter the relic or you'll bear the consequences," said Yi Futian coldly. He had helped so many people to understand the relic last time, but few people felt grateful to him. Now he wouldn't let those freeloaders benefit. After the warning, Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt it silently. Instantly, blazing light from the enormous relic shrouded Yi Futian's body. The shadow and the light seemed to contain an extremely strong will. It entered Yi Futian's brain little by little. Yi Futian felt a sacred and dignified god appear in his brain. Inferring from the Holy Road's history, he knew this might very possibly be an ancient saint from the Holy Ji Palace. This relic was different from others on the Holy Road. Others only had very little of ancient saint's spirit, but this relic had the complete heritage of the saint's spiritual will. Such a strong heritage could not have been left impulsively. Yi Futian guessed the relic must have originated from the ancient saint's remains. He must have sat there until he died to pass down to the future. Yi Futian was moved by such dedication. He felt like he was trapped in a blazing hell full of destructive flames. His spiritual will was imprisoned in it and burnt into ashes little by little. In this blazing hell, endless dreadful flames fell down. Every bit of the flames seemed able to destroy a world. Yi Futian knew that this fire came from the saint's comprehension. This was some power beyond noble will. With his present level, he might be able to use a small part of this fire if he could get the heritage directly just like before. But to comprehend it was totally beyond his cultivation level. Right at this time, some spiritual changes happened in his brain. Something strange occurred. There seemed to be strands of flame spiritual chi floating in the world which then turned into other powers. The powers became so strong that the blazing hell in his brain seemingly became real. Yi Futian was shocked. The ancient saint left not only his spirit but also his method of how to cultivate and improve for future generations. He was immersed in it. Eyes closed, he seemed to completely enter the spiritual world. The heritage left by this saint fit cultivators of fire attribute the most. Yi Futian was also good at fire, especially after he inherited the last heritage and got the sun scripture from Yang Ding, the chief of Blazing Sun School. If he took advantage of what he had gotten, he would gain a lot. In the relic, endless flames fell down. One strand of the flame entered and reached every part of Yi Futian's body. It tempered his spiritual will, flesh, and bones, strengthening him. Bathing in the firelight, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his cultivation. Countless days later, his body shone. Strands of fire flowed through his skin. He looked wholly like a god of fire. There were thunderous cracks from Yi Futian's bones and muscles. His blood rumbled and his skin glowed. He seemed to be evolving. He's breaking through the barrier. Some people heard the sound from Yi Futian's body and looked up at him. Yi Futian was understanding it more in a spiritual way. That was what a sorcerer would do during cultivation. His body was tempered unconsciously by the relic, which helped him break into the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Those who cultivated in the relic were waiting for Yi Futian to help them understand the relic, but Yi Futian was immersed in his cultivation at this moment. No one would like to bother him. They just waited silently. The next day, the flames around Yi Futian's body flew faster. His spiritual will was as if transformed and entered into a new level too. Yi Futian was officially in the 8th level of Arcana plane at this time. However, he didn't stop cultivating. The breakthrough in levels was not what he wanted by opening the relic. He wanted to comprehend it and he could still improve his cultivation. After a few more days, horrible flames gathered behind Yi Futian. There seemed to be a divine sun furnace emitting blazing lights that lit up the sky. With the flames rolling, spiritual chi spread over the world as if there was a horrible spiritual will controlling everything. What kind of power is that? Someone looked up at Yi Futian. It's noble will, someone answered and trembled. Though having made a breakthrough a few days ago, Yi Futian was only in the 8th level of Arcana plane. How could he acquire his own noble will? The noble will could help one's own spiritual will melt into the world and transform into an invisible horrible deterrent force. Compared to the Arcana plane, acquiring the noble will was a huge change. A weak noble could only acquire noble will of the easiest attribute like flaming noble will, icing noble will or gravity noble will. But those with greater talents could make full use of their previous cultivation and acquire an exclusive noble will. What Yi Futian had acquired was obviously the latter. Chapter 525. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. The people from the other elite factions were imitating Yi Futian's methods and ordered their citizens to hand over their holy badges. As Yi Futian had set the precedent and fulfilled his promise, there were many people who were willing to give it a try. Many people handed over their holy badges and formed alliances with the people from elite factions. In the wilderness outside the cities, Xiao Junyi had killed many people and robbed them of their holy badges and had gotten into a conflict with Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang over plundering the holy badges. Xiao Junyi had commanded an army of dead spirits into the city where Gu Feiyang was and a massive war had broken out. Cultivators were dying constantly, causing the dead spirit army to expand and become stronger while Gu Feiyang's command was weakened, putting him in a disastrous state. At the same time, apart from persuading the crowd into handing over their holy badges, the people from the other cities also used hard-handed means, like Ning Huang from Jinshao City. He used domineering methods to sweep the entire city. Now, the entire Jinshao City did not have 10,000 people, but the entire city all took orders from Ning Huang and was perfectly under Ning Huang's control. The entire city was his army, with Mo Jun as the commander. Many people had guessed that before the Holy Road's trial ended, Ning Huang would definitely gather enough holy badges to open a giant relic. The only thing that was uncertain would be how much benefits his followers would be given. Moreover, some people hypothesized that Ning Huang had ambitions to attack other cities. Presently, in Jinshao City, in a glorious golden temple, Ning Huang sat high up and many people gathered to report to him. All the cities are frantically gathering holy badges. Now, it is highly likely that Xiao Junyi has the most badges in his possession. His methods are the most ruthless, and he is currently at war with Gu Feiyang. If one party is able to kill the other, They would have gathered enough holy badges to open a giant relic, someone reported. Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang would definitely already have many holy badges. In Flaming Prison City, Yi Futian is still cultivating in the relic and helping others to decipher it. Now, there are people gradually breaking through their cultivation levels and leaving the giant relic. Ning Huang's expression hardened. Being tricked by Yi Futian and allowing him to successfully open the giant relic was a humiliation to him. Perhaps, Yi Futian is not going to leave the relic, someone else said. Yi Futian had offended many elite factions this time, he was probably not going to easily leave the relic. Young Master Ning, I have a suggestion. Just then, a person walked out from the group. It was Chen Wang from the Blazing Sun School and the Divine Sky City's Chen clan. He had seen everything that had happened in the relic. Say it, Ning Huang said emotionlessly. From my knowledge, Yi Futian is from Divine Sky City and has many friends around him. Young Master Ning can order some people to hold them captive. If that is so, Yi Futian will automatically come to Jinshao City to kneel and beg for young Master Ning's forgiveness, Chen Wang said. Ning Huang frowned, this method was too underhanded. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just kill Yi Futian directly. With his identity, he would not stoop to such a level. Chen Wang saw Ning Huang frowning and understood that Ning Huang was prideful and as a person from an elite faction, cared about his reputation and felt that such a method was beneath him. He continued, young Master Ning is a genius and would not use such methods. However, to deal with despicable people, we naturally do not need to care about being upright to them. Young Master Ning does not need to personally get involved in this matter, just give the command and Yi Futian is dead. We will naturally settle the matter and bring Yi Futian's head to you. At the side, Li Sun looked at Chen Wang. It looked like someone wanted Yi Futian dead, but he did not know the identity of that person. Remembering his enmity with Yi Futian, if Yi Futian did not die, he would definitely be killed in the future. Li Sun also stepped forward and said, young Master Ning, this person has a point. A despicable person like Yi Futian dared to trick young Master Ning and use underhanded means like a speed ritual implement to escape. Otherwise, the relic would have been young Master Ning's. Now that Yi Futian has opened the relic, the people following him are all grateful to him, and in the Flaming Prison City, many people are claiming that if Yi Futian's cultivation level can reach the noble plane, he does not need to fear the other geniuses and can sweep the entire holy road. Ning Huang raised his eyebrows, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. That's right, those people following Yi Futian must be intentionally exaggerating to make it sound like Yi Futian's potential is unmatched in the holy road, Chen Wang chimed in as well. Since Ning Huang was prideful, hearing all these would probably make him very unhappy. He was clear that someone like Ning Huang who had impressive potential would be sweet-talked by many and view himself highly. He would definitely feel that he was the person who was unmatched in the holy road. Now, an arcana plane cultivator that had tricked him before was exalted by others. He would definitely be dissatisfied. There are sure to be many holy badges in the Flaming Prison City. Our Jinshao City already has no more holy badges, we need to plunder them from others. Why don't we let the people of the Flaming Prison City understand who is the real king of the Holy Road? Li Sun continued to suggest. Ning Huang's gaze casually swept across Li Sun and Chen Wang. He naturally understood that these two people wanted him to give the order to kill Yi Futian. It looked like they had a grudge against Yi Futian. He mockingly looked at the two of them, wanting to make him do their dirty work. Li Sun and Chen Wang were apprehensive when they saw Ning Huang's sneer. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Huang in the eye. Mo Jun, you handle this matter, Ning Huang nonchalantly said. Li Sun and Chen Wang were elated and raised their heads to look at Ning Huang, but saw Ning Huang coldly look at them and say, the two of you will support Mo Jun. If Yi Futian is not dead by the time the holy road opens, you two die. After saying that, Ning Huang stood up and left. The only reason why he was doing this was because Yi Futian deserved to be killed. The two that were trying to make him do their dirty work? No problem. If they could not do it, then they would pay with their lives. Li Sun and Chen Wang were perturbed and felt chills down their spine. If Yi Futian did not die, they would. How ruthless! The two of them clenched their fists with determined expressions. They would have to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Li Sun also left and returned to the White Sovereign City's crowd. He saw Li Qingyi staring coldly at him and she said, "How could you be this despicable?" Now, her brother had completely revealed the darkness within his heart. Li Sun looked at Li Qingyi, then broke into a cruel smile. "Your relationship with Yi Futian appears to be quite good. I wonder if he cares about you," Li Sun said with a sneer. Li Qingyi felt chills down her spine. Back then, Li Sun had already used her and nearly killed Yi Futian in one strike. Now, was he going to do it again? Yi Futian naturally did not know the conversation that had taken place in the Jinshao city, but he knew that many people in the Holy Road wanted him dead. Therefore, he did not hurriedly step out of the giant relic, not because he wanted to avoid them, but because he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. In this period of time, his sorcery and martial arts had both risen to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Arcana plane. There was a chance for him to break through his current level in the relic and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. Moreover, he had already comprehended his own noble will. If his cultivation level continued to go up, he would really be one step away from the noble plane. Apart from that, he had helped others to decipher the will that the sages had left behind and allowed Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen to use the relic's flame to train their physique. Like him, Yu Sheng had also stepped into the 8th level of the Arcana plane while Yi Wuchen had stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, they had not comprehended the noble will yet, so Yi Futian asked them to start trying. Yi Futian also paid extra attention to Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Shenyuan Beishan and the disciples of the Starry School, so their cultivation levels were improving gradually. The relic has a limited effect on my growth now. I'm preparing to go out and cultivate, what about you all? Qin Yin asked Xia Wuji, Shenyuan Beishan and the rest a few days later. Agreed. I have had a deep understanding in the time that Yi Futian has helped us in our cultivation. I feel as though I am about to break through my current plane. I hope there are a few battles for me, Shenyuan Beishan laughed and said. Although they all had their own enlightenment, their improvement was not as massive as Yi Futian's. After all, Yi Futian was the person who had inherited the entire relic, and his cultivation level was much lower than theirs. Moreover, he specialized in flame abilities. Cultivators who specialized in flame abilities benefited the most from the giant relic. Let's go, Xia Wuji said. The few of them looked at Yi Futian and did not disturb him as they saw that he was still cultivating. They nodded towards Lulan Shui and she returned their holy badges to them before they stepped out of the relic. Now, the holy badges in their hands had already lost the shine it once had and could not be used to open another relic, but it was still an essential item for crossing the holy road. After leaving the relic, they realized that Flaming Prison City was in chaos. There were people fighting everywhere for the holy badges. What happened? Qin Yin asked a nearby cultivator. There have been a group of people in the Flaming Prison City who have formed an alliance recently and have been going around plundering other people's holy badges. This caused those who had lost their badges to target other people's badges, the person replied, staying far away from Qin Yin's group. He was evidently very apprehensive. Qin Yin's expression changed. The Holy Road's trial would become more crazed the later it went. At that moment, a group of experts appeared in front of them and soon surrounded Qin Yin's group. They frowned and said, "Our holy badges are of no use anymore." "We know that," the expert in the air replied cruelly, then waved his arm and started the fight immediately. Qin Yin's group had grim expressions and they knew that they had no other choice but to battle. In the distance, there were people who were successively gathering. Some people who had cultivated with Qin Yin's group even came up to help, but the other party's people were also increasing in numbers. It was only when Li Sun appeared that Qin Yin understood and coldly said, "All of you are Ning Huang's men." "Li Sun, do you even have morals?" Shenyuan Beishan's expression was steely. "You all have chosen to follow Yi Futian while I am following young Master Ning, it's all for the sake of our cultivation." I'm very curious whether Yi Futian will choose to save you all. Li Sun continued emotionlessly, keep these few people alive and kill the rest. Those who had cultivated in the giant relic were stunned and Qinin berated, Li Sun, their holy badges have no purpose whatsoever, what's the point of killing them? They can only blame themselves for following the wrong person, Li Sun said callously. He wanted to enrage Yi Futian, only when Yi Futian was angry would he disregard the repercussions and step out of the giant relic. Now, his life was linked with Yi Futian's. If Yi Futian did not step out of the giant relic, they would not be able to kill him, and if Yi Futian did not die, Ning Huang would have his life. For his own life, he could only slaughter. He looked heartlessly at Qinin. He wanted to see who it was that had chosen the wrong path. Chapter 526. In the flaming prison city's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. In the flaming prison city's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. The power of starlight was an extension of the earth element. Presently, above the giant relic, starlight gleamed and the people below could all feel a horrendous pressure. The revolving starlight contained an invisible might which engulfed the entire area. A second noble will. Many people raised their heads and looked towards Yi Futian. After cultivating for a few days in the relic, Yi Futian had already deciphered the flame noble will. Now, an earth element noble will had also formed and they could feel that it was an extremely strong noble will from the might crushing down upon them. The noble will was the symbol of a noble plane expert. It was a force created by the cultivator's spiritual energy resonating with the heavens, and cultivators could use it to exert the might of their spiritual will on others' spiritual wills. At the same time, it could also be used to empower their attacking abilities. Thus the gap between a noble plane and an arcana plane cultivator was nearly impossible to bridge. If an arcana plane cultivator did not use an extremely strong ritual implement, it would be extremely hard to challenge a noble plane cultivator. As long as they had not deciphered the noble will, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane would be a lot weaker. However, there were some geniuses who had already formed their noble will while in the arcana plane. They would be able to bridge the gap in strength, and moreover, it would even benefit their cultivation level and cause their cultivation speed to increase. The noble will relied on the enlightenment level of one's spiritual will and spiritual energy control. The better a cultivator was able to control their spiritual will and energy, the easier it was for their spiritual energy to increase. Therefore, the crowd predicted that Yi Futian would not need long to break through from his current level to the noble plane. This was the difference in potential. A person with weak potential, even as their spiritual energy continued to grow and approach the noble plane, would be limited by their enlightenment and spiritual control. This would cause them to be unable to break through, or more commonly termed a bottleneck. For Yi Futian, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck standing between him and the noble plane. At that moment, the crowd felt a formidable aura in the air and their expressions changed. They looked towards the direction it was coming from and they saw Yusheng's body being surrounded by a fearsome demonic might. His body was clad in dark golden armor, as though a demon's shadow had appeared on him. A terrifying image appeared in the crowd's heads. It was as though a demon stood in front of them, trying to overwhelm their wills and make them worship it. He has also formed his noble will. The crowd saw the image and were astounded. Moreover, it was as though the noble will had been formed from his innate potential. This caused their expressions to become weird. Could it be that this burly teen also had remarkable potential? Since he had always stood beside Yi Futian, Yusheng had never been that outstanding. After a long while, Yi Futian and Yusheng finally ended their cultivation. Yi Futian turned to Yusheng, smiling and asking, "You've been enlightened?" "It seems like it," Yusheng scratched his head and replied. "Seems like?" Yi Futian was dumbstruck and thought to himself, "This fellow is too sloppy. You told me the crux of the noble will, so I tried to decipher it and the noble wills might just formed uncontrollably. Yu Xing continued, it seemed quite easy. Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng, then turned around gloomily. He really wanted to hit him. Let's continue cultivating then and raise our cultivation level to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. That way, we'll be only one step away from the noble plane, Yi Futian said, smiling. The noble plane that he had been anticipating for such a long time was finally within his reach and he was quite happy about it. Back then, a huge obstacle of his was the noble plane Emperor Luo. To him, Emperor Luo had been like a god, impossible to surpass. Now, he was finally reaching that level too. At that moment, he was interrupted by a few figures rushing towards him. At the entrance of the relic, they looked towards Yi Futian and said, Master Yi, we have trouble. Yi Futian looked at them, confused. He asked them, what's the problem? The past few days, there have been people murdering cultivators in the flaming prison city. Many people have died and had their holy badges taken. Previously, the people of the flaming prison city thought it was a group of strong cultivators who had formed an alliance to plunder the badges. We only just found out that they were from the Jinshao city. The Jinshao city is currently under Ning Huang's control and they have orders from Ning Huang to come to our city to plunder. The person who had rushed here continued to say, not long ago, a few of Master Ye's friends were brought away by Ning Huang's men. There were also others who were killed on the spot. Yi Futian's expression turned grim. It should have been Qin Yin's group that had been taken away. The other party had left word, the person continued. What did they say? Yi Futian asked. The person's name appears to be Li Sun. He said that if Master Yi wanted them alive, you could go to the Jinshao city to get them back. He can release Qin Yin's group and even Li Qingyi, the person replied. Yi Futian's expression became even more steely. Li Sun had brought up Li Qingyi on purpose, he was actually using his own sister to threaten him. A frosty killing intent appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. This was not Li Sun's first time. He had to be killed. Ning Huang is going overboard, someone among the crowd said furiously. Master Yi, Ning Huang is doing this on purpose. If you go to Jinshao City, Ning Huang will definitely not let you go easily. Master Yi, you cannot go to Jinshao City, another person tried to persuade him. Around the giant relic, the experts had all stopped their cultivation and looked towards Yi Futian. There were many among them that were furious. Back then, Ning Huang had come to seize the holy badges in a domineering fashion, taking advantage of Yi Futian's low cultivation level. Now, Yi Futian had already obtained the giant relic, but Ning Huang still refused to let it go. He wanted to kill Yi Futian. Have Ning Huang's men left the flaming prison city? Yi Futian asked. They are still in the flaming prison city killing people in an extremely arrogant fashion. Previously, Li Sun gave the order and killed many of our people, claiming that it was only because they had followed Master Yi in their cultivation. Yi Futian heard these two replies from the crowd. Let's go. Yi Futian said, stepping out of the giant relic. The moment he stepped out of the relic, the glow around his body faded. Soon, the flame around the giant relic had been extinguished. The giant relic faded to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene, afterward following Yi Futian who was walking in the air with astonishment. Yi Futian actually left the relic with no hesitation. This meant that if the people from the elite factions came now, they would face no resistance. Yi Futian moved forward in the air and said, let's go. Master Yi. Many people gathered around and attempted to persuade Yi Futian, saying, please don't be impulsive. Yi Futian did not say anything and continued to walk forward. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Sheng, Mu Zhiqiu and the rest followed closely behind him. The huge crowd of experts saw Yi Futian and many of them followed him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had arrived at a location and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Bastards! Behind Yi Futian, many people clenched their fists. The holy badges on these people already had no use, but Ning Huang still ordered them to be killed. This caused them to have chills running down their spine. Was the killing simply to vent his anger? Genocide? Just because they chose to cultivate with Yi Futian? However, Ning Huang and Mo Jun were elite prodigies. Even if they joined forces, they probably could still not win. If they went to Jinshao City, they would definitely die before they could get their revenge. Where are Ning Huang's men? Yi Futian asked. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew towards them from afar. The group was completely made up of noble plain cultivators with strong auras. They looked mercilessly at Yi Futian. They were followers of Ning Huang from Jinshao City. If they were able to bring Yi Futian's head to Jinshao City, they would definitely be valued by Ning Huang. Thinking about that, they stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian, asking, "You actually dared to walk out of the relic?" Just now, they had heard that Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and they all gathered here. They had previously been cultivating in Jinshao City and heard that he had dared to trick young Master Ning. Now, he dared to step out of the relic. How reckless. Yes. Yi Futian looked at the group standing before him and replied calmly. Young Master Ning wants your head, why don't you lend it to us? They laughed and said. Their gazes then turned to the huge crowd standing behind Yi Futian and emotionlessly said, "We're acting on young Master Ning's orders. Those who are not involved, take your leave." The crowd's expression turned cold and looked indignantly at those who spoke. Could they be so unscrupulous simply because they were Ning Huang's men? At that moment, the group had already stepped forward and surrounded Yi Futian, the terrifying noble aura surrounding the area. Behind Yi Futian, many people stepped forward one by one, shielding him and looking emotionlessly at the group. Although not many people stepped forward, it took courage to oppose Ning Huang. You all want to die as well? Ning Huang's men sneered. Thank you, everyone. Yi Futian looked towards the crowd and asked, who else is willing to join me in battle? Since I've received a favor from Brother Yi, I will naturally do my part. A person stepped out. I have broken through my cultivation level in the relic, now is the time for me to test it. I've heard that Ning Huang was hunting those who cultivated in the relic previously. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of? Another person stepped forward, laughing. In an instant, more noble plain cultivators stepped forward and an invisible force was formed, causing the opposing group to be on edge. Since you all want to die, I will naturally report that to young Master Ning, one of the opponents said, already preparing to retreat. As they prepared to step back and retreat, Yi Shaoshi moved in a flash to their rear. Surround them, Yi Futian said. Immediately, the crowd stepped forward, surrounding the opponents. Since they wanted to fight, he would let this place be their final resting place. Yi Futian stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. In a flash, starlight glittered and an overbearing noble will envelop the area. His gaze swept across the group and said, whoever wants to borrow my head, come and get it. Chapter 527, Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Ning Huang's people had cold expressions after hearing Yi Futian's words. Then their noble will flared and many figures walked out at once. At the same time, the people around Yi Futian walked out to kill the others. A huge battle burst out at once. Spiritual qi went wild and the wind raged. Powerful martial arts spells were everywhere. A golden bird rose up behind one man. It shot towards Yi Futian like lightning or a beam of blinding gold light. It was incredibly fast. Master Yi, be careful, someone called out. A horrible starry storm emerged around Yi Futian. Starry light flowed through the polearm of divine destruction, wrapping around him. Boom! With a huge sound, the man, body like a divine bird, charged. He actually broke through the outer defenses of the starry storm and went for Yi Futian's body. However, the moment he sank into the starry storm, he felt like he couldn't breathe anymore. Heavy might pressed down on him as if the stars were repressing him. He slowed down considerably. However, his aura was still sharp and kept charging forward. The divine bird clawed at Yi Futian. It covered the sun and was about to snap Yi Futian's head off. Boom! The polearm multiplied in size, turning into a 100-meter-long staff. Yi Futian struck out. The ritual implement carried the star's weight and landed, almost forcing the other down. He could barely move. Shocked, he looked up at the polearm. Instead of a staff, it felt as heavy as all the stars in the sky. With a loud boom, there was no more suspense. The noble cultivator plummeted to the ground. All his bones and tendons were shattered, his internal organs ruptured. He convulsed and spat out blood. He stared up at Yi Futian in the sky and soon stopped breathing. This violent hit shocked many people. They all gaped at Yi Futian, thinking how powerful he was. He'd killed a grade 8 noble with one strike. It seemed that everyone had underestimated Yi Futian's combat ability and the ritual implement. They were all frightened. Even they had felt the horrible power from that one hit. It felt like the galaxy falling down. How could anyone withstand it? Mu Jiqiu glanced at Yi Futian. Before the relic opened, she'd guessed that Yi Futian would be at the level of a grade 8 noble with the polearm. Now, his cultivation had entered the 8th tier of the Arcana plane. Even more importantly, he'd comprehended the power of noble will. The noble will also match the celestial power and polearm, allowing Yi Futian to release even more of the polearm's strength. Thus, even a grade 7 noble wouldn't be Yi Futian's match nowadays if he had the polearm. At that time, two more figures rushed out, attacking Yi Futian's ritual implement from both sides. A horribly aggressive beast charged over, along with sharp sword spiritual qi. They were about to destroy Yi Futian. Yi Futian's staff whirled. The frightening starry storm in the surrounding sky seemed to go wild. This place seemed to turn into a world of stars. Starry light flowed as meteorites turned into stars. Yi Futian struck with his staff again. Those two immediately felt stars shooting towards them. As various explosions sounded, their attacks kept crumbling. The horrible stars arrived and killed them directly. Ning Huang's group's expressions changed. Was Yi Futian really this strong? Many people were helping Yi Futian and now they had a disadvantage in numbers. It was practically impossible to kill Yi Futian now. Retreat, someone said. People instantly started retreating, no longer wanting to fight. One figure was the fastest, but a fat person stood quietly before him. He smiled and said, "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." As soon as he spoke, emperor vines burst forth, covering the sky. Each leaf transformed into the sharpest golden blades, blocking all exits. The man's face paled. He crazily attacked the incoming leaves, but they were as resilient as divine weapons. Practically indestructible, they stabbed into him, pinning him in the air. The people behind him were stunned. Yi Shaoshi stepped forward. A huge ancient tree appeared behind him, filling the vast space entirely. The emperor-like tree shook and the green and gold light sparkled. The others followed, blocking all exits. Yi Futian stepped forward. "Don't keep anyone," he said coldly. A massacre was unleashed there. Many people watched from afar, their hearts trembling. These people from Jinshao City had followed Ning Huang to Flaming Prison City. But now, they were stuck in this situation and getting killed. It seemed that other than Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang, there would be another huge fight between Jinshao City and the Flaming Prison City. "We're only following Ning Huang's orders. Please forgive us," someone started pleading after more and more people died. However, Yi Futian's group had no mercy. They continued killing. Following orders. Their attitudes hadn't been like this earlier. They thought they were with Ning Huang so they could be arrogant. They killed and stole, performing every kind of evil, but now they wanted to be the victims. It was laughable. The frenzied battle continued. After a while, it finally ended. The ground was dyed red with blood and many corpses lay strewn all over. Ning Huang's people were all dead. No one was happy seeing these corpses. They deserved to be dead, but they were still Ning Huang's men. Once Jinshao City received the news, they would most likely come for revenge. If Ning Huang and Mo Jun arrived, it wouldn't be this kind of ending. Brother Yi, you are talented and now have this kind of power. You won't be weaker than Ning Huang in the future. You should avoid the spotlight now, someone standing on the ground advised Yi Futian. Yes, stay alive to fight another day, someone added. They advised Yi Futian because they felt grateful. They didn't want him to die in Ning Huang's hands. This news will spread to Jinshao City soon. Brother Yi, speed is important. Ning Huang's men took my friends, Yi Futian said. Everyone's faces darkened. Ning Huang's actions were extremely lowly, but if Yi Futian went now, it was basically suicide. Plus, many of the people who cultivated with us in the relic these past days may have died in the hands of Ning Huang's people, Yi Futian continued. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Someone felt something was wrong with Yi Futian's words. Would he really go to Jinshao City? What difference was there from killing himself? The thousands of cultivators in Jinshao City were enough to completely destroy Yi Futian even if Ning Huang wasn't there. Since you cultivate with me, can you all help me with something? Yi Futian asked everyone. Of course, someone said, nodding. I'm sure many people will watch when I go to Jinshao City this time. I will enter the city myself. There's no need for you all to risk it with me. But can you all help me and seal the city? Yi Futian asked. Seal the city? Everyone's eyes hardened as their hearts trembled. Jinshao City? Yes, Jinshao City. Yi Futian nodded. Brother Yi, someone tried, looking at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian waved his hand. I've already decided on a battle in Jinshao City. What if you don't return? Everyone looked at him. He definitely wouldn't return from the city this time. Then I don't return. If I die, Ning Huang won't take his anger out on you all. At that time, you all can leave, Yi Futian said. If I live, then he will escape. Can you all kill those who run from the city? Crazy, everyone thought. Yi Futian actually said that the people of Jinshao City would run away. Alright, someone said, nodding. If that moment comes, we will definitely do it. Many people stood out. More and more wanted to join because they were affected by Yi Futian's charisma. If he dared to fight inside Jinshao City, how could they be scared to seal the city? They would only be guarding outside. If Yi Futian really died within, they wouldn't be in any danger. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the vast crowd immediately rose, marching towards Jinshao City. In the flaming prison city, everyone was shaken when they heard that Yi Futian was heading towards Jinshao City. They followed as well, so the crowd grew bigger and bigger. It formed a huge force. Other top prides also went forward to other cities. The news quickly shook the entire Holy Road. Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic and was heading towards Jinshao City. After hearing this, Chu Shang and Bing Yi of the mortal world both felt that Ning Huang was too cruel. He'd actually forced Yi Futian to take this step. It seemed that even if he was so talented, Yi Futian would still die this time. They took a warship and hurried towards Jinshao City. After the other forces received the news, the monstrously talented figures all set off with strong cultivators, heading for the city. Jinshao City quickly became the focus of everyone's eyes. At this time, the huge crowd had already arrived outside the city. Yi Futian stood by the gates. There were many people in the city. Seeing Yi Futian, they sneered. Had he come to die? Yi Futian nodded at the crowd and his people spread out. The disciples of the Starry School were there. There was only one entrance and exit of cities along the Holy Road. The other three directions were all places of nothingness. Thus, it was easy to seal the city with enough people. Many people spread out as if coming to watch. Gu Yinshi looked at Yi Futian, a bit worried. However, she knew that if Yi Futian had decided, It was impossible to change his mind. Be careful, Guyanshi whispered. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Then he said, Seventh senior brother, Yu Sheng, Condor, follow me into the city. As soon as he spoke, he stepped out towards Jinshao city. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Sheng, and the black wind condor followed behind. The wind blew and dust flew. Their backs seemed tragically heroic. Li Sun was inside the city, along with many strong cultivators. They sneered at this scene. He'd really come to die. Chapter 528, Li Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. Li Sun was a bit surprised. He didn't think Yi Futian would be so decisive and come to die not so long after capturing Qin Yin's group. After entering the city, Yi Futian gazed at Li Sun. His expression wasn't very intense and he didn't roar either. He was frighteningly calm. I'm here, he said coolly. Where are they? Brother Yi is indeed loyal. Qin Yin and the others are waiting inside the city. Welcome, Li Sun said, smiling. It was as if they were still good friends. No one could tell what he had done. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He just continued walking into the city. Countless people watched Yi Futian from the city gates until his backside grew unclear. It felt so sad to them. Now, they could only pray for Yi Futian. As Yi Futian walked forward, many strong cultivators stepped out powerfully. Yi Futian stopped and gazed at Li Sun. I want to see them. Brother Yi, young city lord Ning wants to see your head. If he sees your head, Qin Yin and the others will be fine. Li Sun was still smiling. Since Yi Futian was inside Jinshao city, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. As for Qin Yin's group, Li Sun had never thought about releasing them so soon. In the near distance, the disciples of the Blazing Sun School arrived as well. They hovered in the air and stared coldly at Yi Futian's group. The son of the Starry School was extremely brilliant and had inherited the divine path. He was known to be unparalleled in the eastern region of the barren state. Was he going to die here on the holy road? All here? Yi Futian muttered. It seemed that many of the people who wanted him dead were gathered in Jinshao city. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand. Dazzling light spun around him and flowed into the ritual implement. Instantly, the polearm shone blindingly. A starry world formed in the surrounding sky. This ritual implement's aura is so strong. Many people stared at Yi Futian's polearm. The aura coming from it was threatening. Boom! Wild aura burst from Yi Futian's body. Everyone saw the shadow of a divine ape come out and rest atop Yi Futian. Extremely domineering power emanated from it. Yi Futian seemed to be filled with chaotic strength. Dazzling golden wings also unfurled behind him. Those were from the golden rock. Its light was blinding. Double life spirits? Everyone's eyes flashed. Then Yi Futian floated in the sky, catching everyone's eyes. Li Sun furrowed his brows. He stared at that dazzling figure. Was this Yi Futian's full power? So he was actually this strong. At Nine Saint Mountain, Li Sun had thought Yi Futian was a typical Arcana Plane cultivator. That was laughable. Yi Futian could probably fight with a noble at that time already. Thud! Yi Futian's feet lit up with electric light. Wind and lightning flashed as two wings cut across the sky. The thundering illusion step and the golden rock wings overlapped. Yi Futian was extremely fast, arriving before Li Sun like a gold bolt of lightning. Everyone around Li Sun instantly felt extreme might. It was as if a world of stars was weighing down on them. Their spiritual mind and body all became immovable and reacted slowly. At the same moment, Yi Futian's staff grew to be hundreds of meters long. People from afar looked up at this in shock. Instead of Yi Futian's polearm, it looked more like a huge ape. It swept down with horribly aggressive power. No! Some with weaker cultivation were totally shocked. Even some of the great 7 nobles had changed their expressions. They all activated their ritual implements to defend themselves with their biggest power. Boom! With the huge sound, the sky shook and countless strong cultivators were killed by the strike. The others all spat out blood from the hit. Li Sun fell to the ground. He spat out blood and his face turned white as paper. How could Yi Futian be so strong? That strike was definitely at the peak of the grade 7 noble level. It wasn't a typical grade 7 noble either. Li Sun was the young city lord of the White Sovereign City and had fought with many nobles before. Naturally, he'd fought with the stronger grade 7 nobles too. However, Yi Futian's strike had surpassed all of the ones that he'd fought against before. At that moment, iciness descended. Frost covered Yi Futian's body, trying to freeze his blood. It was a controlling ice spell to stop his movements. It could only stop him temporarily, but Li Sun used this chance to step on the ground and retreat quickly. Then he shot into the air, getting away from Yi Futian. He could feel Yi Futian's dangerousness. Ice exploded and various spells attacked Yi Futian. However, his staff swept past again. Everything shattered. He walked down and his 90,000-pound heavy polearm was supported by divine light. It was terrifying, as if the sky and earth would crack. As another huge boom sounded, a few more people were killed. Someone tried to escape, but Yi Futian's staff swept by. It landed on the man's head, killing him instantly. The surrounding strong cultivators were all stunned. They'd thought taking Yi Futian's head would be easy, but his attacks were like lightning. He killed so many noble figures instantly. He was terrifying. Thud! He activated the thundering illusion step again. Yi Futian charged towards Li Sun like lightning. Since this man wanted to die, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. "You want to die?" A thunderous voice rolled out from the distance at that moment. Many people looked towards the heart of Jinshao City. A huge figure steered his war chariot over in the sky with yaks pulling it. Lightning filled the air. He looked so powerful. Mo Jun is here. Everyone's hearts trembled, but they were relieved. They'd underestimated Yi Futian. He'd suddenly attacked with such frightening combat ability and killed several nobles instantly. They all felt reassured after seeing Mo Jun now. Li Sun sucked in a deep breath. It felt like he'd just had his life saved. What kind of ritual implement was Yi Futian holding? Why was it so scary? The horribly aggressive yak pulled the war chariot. Horrible thunder and lightning pressed down as the chariot charged towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian gripped his polearm tightly. A star appeared around him like a god of stars. The yak-pulled chariot crushed down and the star cracked. The figure coming from the sky seemed to be undefeatable. In that instant, Mo Jun arrived, crushing down. The yaks and chariot galloped past like an army of thousands of horses and soldiers. They could flatten everything. The star shattered and Yi Futian twirled his polearm. He struck towards the sky, almost splitting the heavens. Boom! The extremely violent collision seemed to crack the sky. Yi Futian plummeted down, his arm shaking. The power contained in the hit must be terrifying. He'd comprehended noble will, but his cultivation plane was still in Tier 8 of the Arcana plane. He could fight a noble with his power or kill a grade 7 noble with his polearm and divine light. But Mo Jun wasn't a typical grade 7 noble. He was the most powerful and talented, he was unparalleled. Mo Jun continued walking down. A horrible image appeared in Yi Futian's mind. It felt like countless yak-pulled chariots brought thunder down on him. The sky and world cracked apart, shattering his will. This was how powerful Mo Jun's noble will was. Yi Futian's body flew. He struck down in the sky. The divine ape roared and thousands of staff shadows appeared. They fell upon the war chariot and everything crumbled. "Hand it to me." At that moment, another figure came, shining brightly. It was Yi Shaoshi who had released his Emperor Vine's life spirit. It swept forth towards Mo Jun. Yi Futian didn't say anything. He turned and started walking forward. Li Sun's expression changed. He turned and walked without hesitating at all. Yi Futian stepped forward. The strong cultivators in the city gathered in his direction. At that moment, a powerful noble released a spell. Without hesitating, Yi Futian stepped in the sky. He shot forward like lightning and brought his staff down to kill the other. The people on either side were amazed at this scene. The person young city lord Ning wanted to kill was this powerful? Yi Futian continued. People still attacked him, but they all died. Of course, the majority didn't rush to attack. They just watched Yi Futian walk step by step. Yu Sheng stood atop the black-winged condor, following Yi Futian. No one paid attention to them. They thought that with the two's cultivation plane, they could be killed at any time. Yi Futian was extremely fast. People going towards Li Sun and the Blazing Sun School kept retreating. The wind whistled and an elegant golden pavilion appeared before him. Above the throne in the sky, there was a figure wearing an elegant robe and drinking wine. It was Ning Huang. He was surrounded by a countless number of strong cultivators. Nobles gathered from all directions. Jinshao City's eyes were focused here. Ning Huang continued drinking with his head down. He didn't look at Yi Futian. He didn't actually know that Yi Futian had come out of the relic, nor did he care. He'd handed it all to Mo Jun and Li Sun to take care of. He didn't know until someone reported that Yi Futian had entered the city. Ning Huang was a bit surprised. Could Yi Futian really arrive before him? Mo Jun and his men couldn't take Yi Futian's head. They really were a group of failures. Yi Futian deserved to die, but Ning Huang didn't want to kill him with these methods. Li Sun and the Blazing Sun School had suggested it though, so he had no objections. Now, it was taking this much effort to kill someone like him. Yi Futian was even going to appear before him. This was unacceptable. Raising his cup of wine, Ning Huang drank it at once. Setting it down, he whispered, "Kill him." Ning Huang didn't even raise his head to look at Yi Futian. Since the youth was here, he could only die. He really didn't know to treasure his life. Chapter 529, Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang, he was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Shenyuan Beishan, and the others. Yi Futian was not looking at Ning Huang, he was looking at the ones captured nearby, Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Shenyuan Beishan, and the others. "Don't do this, Mr. Yi," Qin Yin uttered as she sighed. When they were captured and be held hostage against Yi Futian, she had thought they were all certainly going to die. They were, after all, little more than squad mates in the same party with Yi Futian, probably casual friends at most. They had never thought Yi Futian would have actually bothered to show up. "We are in the same party. It's a given that no one gets left behind," Yi Futian said with a smile. The hearts of Qin Yin and the rest of the captives were filled with warmth even though they were rendered speechless. However, they dared not imagine being able to walk out of it all alive, given their current dire predicament. "How loyal of you indeed. Well, we shall send you all on your way then." Members of the Jin clan were among the ones holding Qin Yin and the rest captive, and it was obvious that they had submitted to Ning Huang. Everyone who wanted Yi Futian dead had gathered at Jinshao City. The mighty ones surrounding Yi Futian walked towards him. Thousands were seen in the vast space, and there were many more on their way. Most of those present were noble plain figures, and it was an utterly terrifying scene. Spiritual chi exploded in the skies. Sun God's sword, ice seal, golden palm, and a variety of other deadly skills and techniques lashed out against him as they seemed to have blocked out the sky altogether. All of them seemed to want to reduce him nothing in just one go. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction stood tall before him as starry storm whipped out above him. It was as if he was clad in stars all around him. He stepped forward as countless spells came for his head. The polearm lashed out in response, meeting the spells head-on, but it made it very difficult for him to move forward. He boosted himself with a variety of tricks, yet his own plane proved inadequate and his basics lacking, rendering him incapable of swatting everything out of his way simply by blasting out his spirit. That was something only the likes of Ning Huang, who was a mighty one who had reached a certain level, was capable of doing. Seeing Li Sun, whose body was thrown back by the retaliation, Li Qingyi glared at him, who was then in shambles, with cold eyes and asked, "Li Sun, do you realize that you look like a dog now?" Slap! Li Sun slapped Li Qingyi's face hard. There was no gentlenesses on his face anymore, even the fake smiles were nowhere to be found. All there was left on his face was utter gloom and darkness. He was almost killed earlier by Yi Futian and had to endure Li Qingyi's shaming right after. A five-fingered mark was clear on her face, and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She, however, continued glaring at him with cold eyes as she spat, "I have long thought that while you were an utter fake, you at least had some reputation back in White Sovereign City. From the looks of things now, I have clearly overestimated you. Your life is forever a lowly servant's. Li Qingyi, I have many underlings who had a thing for you. I'll give you up as a reward as soon as I get home." Li Sun spoke in a gloomy tone while Li Qingyi never took her cold eyes off him. She turned her gaze to Yi Futian shortly after and saw most of his defenses were wrecked one after another by countless spells. His life was hanging by a thread, and she worried for him. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction worked hard to tear down the attacks around him as if it was barely hanging there. One spell after another pounded on him, threatening to tear the space they were into shreds. Li Sun's eyes went cold. Is he finally going to die? The Blazing Sun School wanted Yi Futian dead so feverishly that they played an active role in the assault. The Sun Sword attack was their work. The Jin clan moved as well, with the shadow of the rock howling all the way as it attacked. Ning Huang sat quietly on his throne at the top of the stairs. Yi Futian was not someone he had to deal with personally. He had moved against the young man that day for the holy badge. Since Yi Futian no longer had a holy badge with him, there was simply no need for Ning Huang to do anything himself. Another burst of blinding light emerged from Yi Futian. As the attacks piled on him, a burst of violent energy seemed to have awakened within him, making his blood boil and strands of blinding light leak out from his body. Everyone present had troubled looks on their faces by then. Just what is with that light? But no matter what, all the attacks will end up killing him eventually, and Yi Futian's end is near. Yi Futian took up the polearm of divine destruction and took flight. Thousands of mirages of the weapon whipped out in astonishing brilliance, shaking both heaven and earth. Spells of all kinds were dispersed and shattered into oblivion, with one swing of the long weapon in his hand. What is happening? The pupils of everyone witnessing the scene dilated somewhat as they gazed upon Yi Futian. He simply stood there, covered by dazzling lights, as if he was clad with an aura of divinity. The air and bearing about him felt totally different and utterly peerless, like an emperor of sorts had descended upon mere mortals and demanded awe and worship from all. He stood right there, with the bearing of a king. The faces of Jin Yunlang and Chen Wang from the Chen clan went pale. The scene reminded them of what took place in the martial arts battlefield back then. Yi Futian had demonstrated combat capacity far beyond what those of his plane was capable of. So he had not used any secret arts, and something like this only happened right now? Just what had he done to make his powers enhanced? Seemingly without limit. Ning Huang, who was having a drink, seemed to have felt something and shifted his gaze to Yi Futian. He frowned at the peculiar aura emanating from Yi Futian, which looked like a domineering brilliance declaring to rule over all like an emperor from the heavens. It was a sight to behold. Seems like this one had more secrets about him than what he had let on. Ning Huang could not help but feel amused. Seems like I really underestimated Yi Futian indeed. Seeing how things are now, it's no wonder that he was capable of taking one of the ruins out of my fingertips. Qin Yin and the captives stared at the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces, feeling their core shaken. They clearly have had misunderstood Yi Futian, seeing him to be someone seeking refuge from them. From the current looks of things, their presumptions were utterly laughable. Seeing what he was capable of right there, they were sure that he simply had not been serious back then. But with so many mighty ones around, can he really make it out alive? Especially with Ning Huang around? They were still worried nonetheless. If such a godlike genius were to perish right there, the heavens would have simply been too heartless. The mighty ones up and about were dazed for a moment before continuing their attacks, and another round of spells began to pile on Yi Futian. He held the polearm of divine destruction on his hand as the ferocity of his aura continued to climb, then being on par with levels of the noble plane. Starry brilliance and imperial brilliance melded, forming a constitution of stars, manifesting a divine body that seemed to be truly indestructible. Spells continued to be cast on him, yet the attacks all failed to move him for even an inch. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the space as the powers in Yi Futian's body continued to climb. Spells disintegrated wildly around him, as his imperial brilliance shone ever more brightly. The mighty ones out for his head all went pale in response. Golden feathers of the rock spirit gleamed. Yi Futian stayed where he was and lifted his weapon to counter. A shadow of 1,000-meter-long shaft swept by, wiping out just about everything that stood in its way. Retreat. Many had a look of terror on their faces. How could he be so terrifying? The mighty ones at the Blazing Sun School all went practically colorless. At the very moment, Yi Futian caught sight of them and went in their direction. Disperse. The mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School dispersed while looking terrified, as they whipped out their sun swords. Yi Futian swept a glance at them coldly, with will of emperors laced within his noble will. It was a terrifying thing to feel. All of the mighty ones from the Blazing Sun School felt as if they were shouldering a star on their bodies, making their movements dull, and their speeds reduced to sluggish lumbering. All of them looked at Yi Futian with terrified eyes as he made their way to them. A sun glowed behind Yi Futian. Bright and utterly dazzling, blazing with undying fires. Another life spirit? Many were shaken to their cores. Just how many life spirits does this guy have? The ones from Blazing Sun School felt themselves trembling all over and little else, seeing endless fires dropping down from the top of the conjured sun, congealing into the divine sun furnace and shone directly onto their bodies, burning down everything. Chen Wang's body burned immediately. He shouted terrifyingly as he took notice of his body burning, "No, no. Spare me." Chen Wang's body remained burning with endless fires. He knelt, begging for mercy while feeling the excruciating pain about as the fires danced on him. Yi Futian's sun spirit flew out and turned into the true sun divine furnace, casting down on all the ones from the Blazing Sun School. The Sun Scripture. While they were terrified, they were nonetheless astonished. Just when did Yi Futian learn the pinnacle art of our school? This is impossible. While he is indeed the son of Starry School, not even Qin Yuan knew of the Sun Scripture, let alone comprehending noble will with that. Unless, the martial arts battlefield, the lineage of the saint. Little did they know, that Yi Futian's Sun Scripture was taught to him personally by their own headmaster. Yi Futian did not entertain their utter fear and begs for mercy. One body burned to ashes after another in despair under the divine fire of the sun. The sages of the Blazing Sun School was cruel enough to want him dead, and it was Headmaster Qin Yuan's declaration of his death that enabled him to escape, for fear of him being made a target in the future by the Blazing Sun School. He had come all the way to the Holy Roads and did not bother messing with them in the first place. They still wanted him dead nonetheless. There was simply one thing left to do with them: kill them all. The attacks around him never ceased. But as he had protection from the constitution of the stars, the attacks were rendered completely ineffective to him, as if he was a truly invincible being. Yi Futian had been horrifyingly powerful even before. With his other secret art unleashed now, he became an even more fearsome being. What he had demonstrated at the moment probably enabled to him to truly fight toe-to-toe with Ning Huang. Li Qingyi, Qin Yin and the others continued to stare blankly at him. That utterly imposing figure struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Yi Futian turned around and looked at the captives. The ones holding the captives were thoroughly frightened. The mighty ones from the Jin clan shook. It seemed that what happened to the ones from the Blazing Sun School was about to befall them soon. Divine beams of flame shot out from his eyes, imposing his noble will on all those holding the captives. They felt their own will burned in an instant. Those of lesser training shrieked in terror, as feeling one's own will being burned was not a pleasant thing. Even those of grade 7 noble plane struggled to resist Yi Futian's fearsome noble will. At the very same instant, a domineering demonic bird of prey struck from behind at blinding speeds. The demon bird lashed out with its claws, tearing one body after another apart. Chapter 530, The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The demon bird killed several people before swooping about, flapping its giant swings, separating the captives and the ones serving Ning Huang. The captives knew immediately what to do next. They leaped into the air and landed onto the demon bird's back. The bird turned around and left immediately. It shot up and rose to a height of more than 1,000 meters with one flap of its wings. Many cast their gaze at the bird and immediately felt the domineering bearing about it. The prideful bird's eye turned to look at all of them, and none dared to make any move against it. It was exacerbated by the fact that Yi Futian was still around down there. Ning Huang spared a glance at the demon bird and thought it to be a truly unique being as well. That darned beast had actually worked with Yi Futian and saved them all. He, however, did not care anything about it, for Qin Yin and the rest served no purpose to him. It was the idea of those working for him, and he simply delegated the task to said people. It did not matter one bit to him, whether Qin Yin and the rest ended up dead or alive. What piqued Ning Huang's interests at the moment was the dazzling and seemingly peerless Yi Futian. He knew that if he remained where he was, there was no one working for him who would have been able to get out of this deadlock with Yi Futian. Top-class figures were incredibly rare. Proud sons and daughters of all sorts walked the Dawn Road, and only a handful were of such caliber. Those who reigned supreme on the Dawn Road were all fearsome figures capable of taking down an army of 10,000 on their own. And it seems that Yi Futian is now one of those figures. Before Yi Futian was able to unleash his full power, he was limited by his plane and as such, he was not anywhere near being top class. However, at the very moment, there was no doubt that he was one of those beings. The light of his spirit emanating alone was enough to sweep in its way clean, and killing people became as easy as lifting a finger. No one dared to move against Yi Futian at the moment, for anyone but Ning Huang would have ended up dead fighting him. Ning Huang began taking his steps. Every step he took shook the air around him, causing the hearts of many to beat harder than they would have been. All the mighty ones around cast their gaze at Ning Huang. So is he finally making a move now? Ning Huang had not bothered to do anything but give the order to kill prior. Or rather, he simply did not see Yi Futian as someone worth his time. However, Yi Futian's prowess had clearly caught Ning Huang's attention and could have no longer be ignored. As such, Ning Huang made his move. Boom! Ning Huang continued walking as both men stared at each other. While they were quite far away from each other, the step nonetheless weighed on Yi Futian's chest, making his heart beating harder than it would have. Yi Futian pointed at the polearm of divine destruction and was surrounded by starry brilliance as he locked his eyes at Ning Huang, who was walking in his direction. Yi Futian wanted to experience for himself the power of the one who was lauded to be the supreme mighty one on the Dawn Road. Boom! The stars around Yi Futian's body shook and cracked. A peculiar feeling welled up in his head. The step that Ning Huang had taken seemed to be a giant beast stepping on his chest, so heavy that it would have been enough to literally crush one's heart. Such was the testament to the pressure Ning Huang exuded. The broken constitution of stars returned to normal. Seeing Ning Huang continue to walk, Yi Futian unleashed a terrifying ray of the sun's fires, as if the divine sun furnace was shining directly on Ning Huang's body. Even if this secret art is something that let your powers enhance to such levels, you are still far from being my match, Ning Huang commented coldly. Dazzling lights burst and an infinitely divine-looking demonic beast appeared behind him. The beast had a dragon's head and a lion's body. Golden scales gleamed on its gigantic body, and every scale seemed to be the most sturdy armor plate that could have been made. The roar of the giant beast made it seem like a divine beast had descended upon them, demanding mortals to bow to it in reverence. A Qilin. Yi Futian's eyes were fixed on the spirit that just appeared. The giant, golden-scaled body was bathed in fearsome, gleaming fires. Its imposing figure spoke volumes of divine will. The large irises of its eyes swept around, seemingly to be an act to have all before it to yield. Yi Futian finally understood why Ning Huang's steps were able to suffocate those around him as if a terrifying beast of war had just walked over them. When Yi Futian looked at Ning Huang's eyes, he was able to feel the might of a Qilin, the mighty beast of war, right inside them. The pressure the eyes exuded weighed heavily on his will. Ning Huang kept walking in his direction. Even if Ning Huang himself had no intentions of doing any harm to those around him, those nearby still felt thoroughly intimidated and shaken nonetheless. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on Ning Huang without any intention of running away. There were the divine ape and the rock in his eyes, squaring off at the Qilin in an equally fearsome manner, standing their ground and budging not even an inch. When Ning Huang took his next step, Yi Futian swept with his polearm. "I don't care how fearsome you look or feel, I'm going to swat you like a fly." The terrifying buildup of pressure disintegrated immediately. The strike went straight for Ning Huang as if countless stars were falling onto him. Ning Huang shouted coldly and the Qilin, the beast of war, took off. The instant did not feel like it was one Qilin taking off, but a dozen, meeting the stars head-on and crushing them. The all-destroying sweep continued its course nonetheless. Ning Huang felt the rush of terrifying pressure coming up. He lifted his palm, conjuring shimmering lights about him. An armor dazzling peerlessly materialized around him, a full set of domineering, indomitable Qilin armor. His arms seemed to have been infused with bottomless might in an instant, and lifted his arms to block at the shaft rushing for him. Clang! A boom was heard, and Ning Huang, despite his peerless might, was thrown off his feet thousands of meters, landing hard on the palace before him. The stairs collapsed from his fall and the ancient temple was no more. The hearts of countless people witnessing the battle shook to their cores as they watched Ning Huang being swept away. Not even someone as powerful as Ning Huang was capable of withstanding that stick. A rumbling boom was soon heard as Ning Huang leaped back into action, flying into the sky and looking down on Yi Futian. The brilliance about Ning Huang's body grew, and the beast of war grew in size as well, breathing fire as it went. Ning Huang took a look at Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction. The item itself was something incredibly precious on its own. That one hit from before felt what it like stars were falling onto him. As he stood in the air, yet another spirit Dharma appeared behind Ning Huang, a dazzling golden heavenly halberd. There was a shadow standing there as well, taking the golden weapon in its hand and looking imposing like a god. Ning Huang extended his arm and threw out a beam of blinding light from his palm. The godly weapon gradually took form as the metal elemental spiritual qi around him were siphoned, imbuing the weapon with light shining for 1,000 meters. The Qilin Dharma rushed forward and Ning Huang leaped on it. An imposing figure remained behind him, shining brightly as if it was his image. Ning Huang, who had the heavenly halberd in hand, looked as dashing and regal as he squared off yet again with Yi Futian. The Qilin breathed golden fire as it rushed to overwhelm Yi Futian. Yi Futian's sun spirit blasted with fire in response, clashing with the incoming golden flames in the air. Boom! The beast of war galloped away at the moment, as one shadow of Qilin after another trampled the void, ramming at Yi Futian. With his life spirit being the Qilin and the heavenly halberd, it was no surprise that his martial abilities were formidable. Yi Futian held on to the polearm of divine destruction and commanded thousands of meteoric light at the void. The starry skies, meteors, and the Qilin shadows clashed maniacally, making it seem like the end of the world is near. Everyone around rushed to keep their distance, getting away from them for at least 10,000 meters. They stared at the two figures from afar and thought their battle was practically one capable of changing the landscape itself. Blinding golden lights glittered as if tens of thousands of the heavenly halberd were brought down from above, cutting in between the light of the meteors. Metal elementals were thought to be indestructible, and many pieces of the meteors were crushed or shattered right away. There was, however, no change in Yi Futian's eyes. He simply looked up in the air. His body shining with godly imperial light remained just as imposing. A formless power emanated from him, encasing his body. When the heavenly halberd struck from the heavens, it landed heavily on the glittering screens of stars around him, yet was able to do nothing to pierce his defenses. Such was the power of the immense durability of the immortal celestial bodies. More terrifying rumblings were soon heard as the beast of war descended, overwhelming everything in its way, bursting into Yi Futian's starry world. Ning Huang looked regal and dashing standing on its beast with the heavenly halberd in his hand. He went busting one meteor after another, setting flames to the starry sky and went about destroying everything in his path with blinding golden light. Ning Huang had wanted to fight up close and personal with Yi Futian, and see for himself how powerful Yi Futian had gotten. The beast of war roared as it galloped, and Ning Huang pierced his halberd below. The strike was imbued with the might of both the heaven and the earth, a divine force bringing about dazzling golden brilliance. It was nigh invincible and nigh indestructible, and it was too imbued with the power derived from the will of the sages. If Yi Futian was able to borrow will of emperors and divine lights, someone like Ning Huang would have been able to do the same with sages. Boom! The stars around Yi Futian shook. The Qilin came down with full intention to kill. Its imposing, gigantic body rammed on the defense of the immortal celestial bodies. The celestial bodies cracked, and it continued cracking. As the golden heavenly halberd descended upon him striking hard at a single point, the body shattered. The menacing light seemed to be adamant to kill Yi Futian right there and then. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction, clad in imperial brilliance, danced. Countless beams of light seeped within, and he went on to lift it up high against the charging Ning Huang, then bringing the weapon down with earth-shattering force. As both weapons clashed, incredibly dazzling lights burst. The beast took Ning Huang's body around and galloped around Yi Futian, aiming to strike at his flank, attempting to catch Yi Futian in a pincer attack of sorts. Divine fire of the sun on top of Yi Futian shone with blinding light, encasing his body with the divine sun furnace, dispelling the looming death upon him. It locked the front of his body tight, as he took steps in the air. Seeing Ning Huang's halberd come yet again, with thousands of lights from the weapon congealed into one point and intending to burst with heaven-splitting force, his polearm of divine destruction split into thousands of images as they swept about. Boom! One rumbling roar was heard, as the light of the heavenly halberd was completely shattered. Ning Huang was thrown into the air again as the two weapons clashed. "Now I'll see how many hits can you take," Yi Futian said as his aura grew increasingly power. He leaped forward, roaring with the might of the heavens and the earth, imposing his will on all.
Chapter 531. Outside Jinshao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world on the air warship, Yan Jiu from the Sword Save Villa, Xia Ho from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian House and Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jinshao City. Outside Jinshao City, countless experts from the Dawn Road gathered and stood outside the gates, looking in the direction of the city. Many of the elites had also arrived. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world on the air warship, Yan Jiu from the Sword Save Villa, Xia Ho from the Xia clan, Nan Hao's group from the Nantian House and Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. They all stood in different directions, not knowing exactly what was happening in Jinshao City. They had heard that Yi Futian had only brought 2 people and a demonic beast with him into the city and gone all the way into the center of the city. Those guarding Jinshao City had not returned yet. Could it be that the battle was still not over? Nan Hao from the Nantian House had an interested expression. Ning Huang was from the Ning clan. Although the Ning clan was not an elite clan and was already on the decline, there was a fearsome elder who had risen up in the current Ning clan. He was an extremely authoritative figure in the Holy Ji Palace, even though normal people might not know this, but as a person from the Nantian house, he naturally knew all this. That person in the Holy Ji Palace had high expectations for Ning Huang, and entering the Holy Road was merely a formality for Ning Huang. In reality, he had entry to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate since a long time ago, and that person had taught Ning Huang a lot. He should be expecting Ning Huang's performance in the Holy Road to be the most outstanding and enter the Holy Ji Palace brilliantly. Knowing Ning Huang's personality, he probably had not bothered to understand Yi Futian. If he killed Yi Futian, how interesting would it become? They did not enter the city as it belonged to Ning Huang. That fellow was extremely arrogant, so they did not want to provoke him for no reason. It was better to stay and wait for the result. How are things on Gu Feiyang's side? At that moment, Nan Hao looked towards the rest and asked. Not optimistic, Xia Ho replied calmly, then asked, I've heard that Virgin Bing Yi is on good terms with Gu Feiyang. Are you not going to help him? A battle should naturally be decided by one's strength. I believe that Gu Feiyang will emerge victoriously, Bing Yi replied emotionlessly. Xia Ho smiled, he naturally understood that Bing Yi did not mean what she said. This time, it was very likely that Gu Feiyang could not live to walk out of the Holy Road. Xiao Junyi was too dangerous. Even Virgin Bing Yi of the mortal world would not want to offend a disciple of the Dark Saint. For many years, the Dark Saint had been a menace to the influential figures of the barren state. Why would his successor be any different? Presently, in Jinshao City, Ning Huang was struck back once again. The countless figures watching in the huge area were stunned. Yi Futian's rod skills were too overbearing and his aura was becoming even stronger as it accumulated. The crowd had a ludicrous thought. Could it be that Ning Huang was going to meet his demise here? Ning Huang's expression became exceedingly serious. Through the 2 times they clashed, he could feel how strong Yi Futian was. He stood up straight, his battle beast Kirin returning to his back, converting back to its life spirit form and merging with his body since the life spirit alone was unable to even get near Yi Futian. The armor he was wearing appeared to be burning, with rays enveloping his body.
Ning Huang stood above the heavens, the halberd in his hand aimed at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous amount of strength entered the heavenly halberd. The flame and metal element spiritual chi in the air gathered towards it and the light emitted by the halberd became even more terrifying than before. Is Ning Huang finally going to use his secret move? The crowd was startled. Although the majority of those following Ning Huang did not come from strong clans, there was a small group of them who were of superior origin. There were a few among them who knew that Ning Huang had learned an imposing halberd skill. It was his strongest move, the god-slaying halberd. It was a skill known for its overwhelming offensive ability, claiming that the halberd could eliminate everything in front of it, even if it was a god. Yi Futian's rod skills were evidently also a super offensive ability. Ning Huang had no choice but to use his strongest move to face him in battle. Previously, nobody treated Yi Futian seriously, and they did not expect that he could force Ning Huang to such an extent. Nobody knew that he would be a one-man army after revealing his true strength. This kind of person was too scary, especially when he only showed an Arcana Planes cultivation level usually. The current Ning Huang was dominant and unparalleled, the god-slaying halberd's strength was unmatched, each stroke containing extraordinary offensive ability and extremely hard to master. Yi Futian had asked him how many strikes of the rod he could withstand. He wanted to know the answer too. Yi Futian's body flew and gathered force as he struck towards Ning Huang yet again. The polearm of divine destruction was like a raging dragon and even Ning Huang had to acknowledge its strength. However, the heavenly halberd in his hand did not budge an inch as he took a step forward, the air shaking under their force, as though attempting to trample Yi Futian's confidence. The heavenly halberd pierced forward. At that moment, it was like Ning Huang, the battle beast Qilin and the heavenly halberd had combined into one with the heavens. A remarkably brilliant giant halberd that could match the polearm of divine destruction's shadow in strength appeared in the heavens. An invisible wave crashed down and the space between the two of them was crushed. The people watching from a distance felt a feeling of asphyxiation. The halberd strike was unbelievably tyrannical, killing all enemies in its path. The god-suppressing strike, as the halberd struck, it suppressed the polearm of divine destruction. The huge crowd watched as the polearm of divine destruction and the heavenly halberd clashed. They were shocked by it, they were too strong. It was hard to imagine that it was a battle between a lower noble plane and arcana plane cultivator. When the polearm of divine destruction clashed with the heavenly halberd, they felt as though their hearts would be crushed under the pressure and an invisible might cause them to feel suffocated.
An extremely frenzied aura erupted from both people and they retreated thereafter. Yi Futian's will of the emperor remained overbearing, the polearm of divine destruction wielded in his hands, golden clouds following along. Yi Futian acted as though the halberd strike had not affected him, continuing to accumulate might for his next blow. Ning Huang stared at the front, the heavenly halberd pointing towards the sky. He took another step forward, the halberd aiming towards Yi Futian. In an instant, a myriad of golden flames flew forward alongside the heavenly halberd. Yi Futian's starry defense was penetrated at the places that the golden flames passed and shattered to pieces. As the heavenly halberd landed, tens of thousands of golden flames descended as well. This was the god's burial skill from the god-slaying halberd. Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction roared and struck out, creating a brilliant light veil, striking the air and with an ear-shattering sound. The golden flames flew backward and at the same time, the heavenly halberd landed on the light veil and Ning Huang retreated again. The god's burial skill was even less of a threat to Yi Futian than the god-suppressing strike. At that moment, Ning Huang's body disappeared and afterimages appeared in the heavens. In the air, countless Ning Huang shadows and heavenly halberd silhouettes appeared, eventually combining into one and dashing forward. This was an extremely powerful technique from the god-slaying halberd, the god-execution strike. At that moment, Yi Futian felt a strong threat incoming. He closed his eyes, the will of the emperor shining brightly around his body, as though entering a state of enlightenment. His senses were heightened and he could catch a glimpse of Ning Huang's figure. Tens of thousands of shadows had combined into one, strongest Ning Huang. His memory brought him back to the mountain behind Qingzhou Academy, where the snow ape had shown him the 9 heavenly attacks, each strike resonating with a corresponding cultivation level, the 5th strike likely to resonate with the noble plane. The divine ape growled and merged with him. An immeasurable might gathered in an instant, it was a noble will that formed in an instant and resonated with the heavens. Yi Futian's body moved, stepping forward and the polearm of divine destruction sweeping forward. When the strike landed, the crowd felt as though there was a colossal divine ape howling and trying to crush everything beneath its feet. The halberd's shadow arrived and the polearm of divine destruction cleaved forward at the same time. A piercing light burst forth and the crowd saw Ning Huang's body turn into a flash of golden lightning, crashing heavily into a distant palace. The entire palace collapsed and Ning Huang shot right through it, his feet dragging along the ground. The heavenly halberd pierced the ground vigorously and created a rift in the ground. Only after that did Ning Huang stop moving backward. His head was lowered, blood streamed from his mouth and nobody could see his expression. When they looked at Yi Futian, his body was still standing steadily in the air with the glow of the will of the emperor and an aura of arrogance. Defeated. Ning Huang was actually defeated in his strongest form. The crowd was appalled. Although the polearm of divine destruction was very strong, Ning Huang's heavenly halberd was also a powerful ritual implement that had resonance with him. When they saw Ning Huang's final blow, many of them had thought that Yi Futian would be in trouble, but eventually, the loser was Ning Huang. Nobody dared to imagine that when Ning Huang wanted to deal with an arcana plane cultivator, he would end up being defeated by that cultivator. This was a huge shock to them. Yi Futian basked in the emperor's glow and stepped forward. Ning Huang's head was still lowered, nobody could understand how he felt right now.
He had come to the holy road to be first, to plunder the most holy badges. He wanted to restore the glory of the Ning clan. This was also the expectation that the Holy Ji Palace's elder had for him. However, he had been defeated in battle today, to an insignificant character. Countless people stared at Yi Futian's figure, and those in the air around him did not dare to act rashly. Li Qingyi's eyes were red. He had won. Yi Futian had actually defeated Ning Huang. This was inconceivable. She could not believe that it was real. Who could have imagined that the handsome teen who had appeared on Mount Jiuxian could actually go so far? Beside her, Li Sun did not dare to imagine it as well. He was dumbstruck, but after the shock came the horror. If Ning Huang were to die, he could not possibly live. Out of all the people here, he would be first on Yi Futian's list. He was extremely regretful, but it was not the time for regrets. He wanted to live. His palm suddenly stretched forward and gripped Li Qingyi by the throat. Li Sun took out a dagger and pointed it towards Li Qingyi's throat and shouted to Yi Futian, "Stop!" Li Qingyi was stunned, a furious expression appearing on her face. Yi Futian's footsteps stopped and he looked mercilessly at Li Sun. Li Sun had been correct. The first person Yi Futian had wanted to kill was indeed him. "She is your sister." Yi Futian's voice was frigid. "I have never treated her like my sister, she's just the daughter of a lowly maid. If you want her to live, throw your ritual implement over," Li Sun said. The ritual implement was too strong. With the polearm of divine destruction, Yi Futian's rod skills were unrivaled. He did not expect Yi Futian to give up his life for Li Qingyi, so he only requested Yi Futian to give up his ritual implement, so that he had a chance to live. "Don't do it." Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and shook her head with red eyes, then said, "Kill this bastard." While saying that, she walked forward, allowing the dagger to cut towards her throat. Li Sun's expression changed and immediately retracted his arm, but the dagger had already left a faint cut on Li Qingyi's fair skin. "Bitch." Li Sun grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, rendering her unable to speak. The current Li Sun was crazed and looked towards Yi Futian, demanding, "Are you going to hand over your ritual implement?" Yi Futian's expression was frigid as he looked towards Li Sun and said, "You will die." Chapter 532. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. Li Sun looked at Yi Futian's expression and became even more determined. He could only use Li Qingyi as a threat now. If he did not do that, he would die immediately. He exerted some force on his palm and Li Qingyi's expression became pained as if she was about to suffocate. Li Sun stared intently at Yi Futian. He had stepped into Jinshao City to save people. Now Li Sun could only hope that Li Qingyi was important enough to Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would have to drag Li Qingyi to the grave with him. "You be my hostage and I'll throw my ritual implement out," Yi Futian said coldly. "Throw it here now," Li Sun replied. "What if you don't let her go after I give my ritual implement to you?" Yi Futian coldly said. "You be my hostage and I'll hand over the ritual implement. Afterward, I'll swap you for Li Qingyi. If you don't agree, you die now." After saying that, Yi Futian stepped forward. Li Sun's expression was sullen. He naturally did not want to be a hostage, but now, he had no choice but to gamble. "Okay." Li Sun nodded and handed Li Qingyi over to his subordinate with utmost prudence. He himself walked towards Yi Futian, his expression pale. In the past, Yi Futian had just been an arcana plane cultivator to him, but the Yi Futian now basked in the Emperor's glow, an unparalleled figure. Eventually, Li Sun walked to Yi Futian's side and Yi Futian stretched out his left arm, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. "If I die, kill her immediately," Li Sun shouted frantically. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with no regard for Li Qingyi, he would have done so just now and not wasted his time to do this. Yi Futian's right hand flung the polearm of divine destruction forward and a figure picked it up in a flash. However, the moment the person held it, his body started to vigorously fall towards the ground. With a bang, the polearm of divine destruction nearly crushed his body and the noble might on his body erupted. Only then did he barely held on to the polearm of divine destruction. It was that heavy. Many people were stunned. "Take it away," Li Sun said. He wanted the polearm of divine destruction to weaken Yi Futian's strength and grasp a chance for survival. The person dragged the polearm of divine destruction and started to walk further away, but Ning Huang stopped him, grabbed the polearm of divine destruction and started to scrutinize the ritual implement. "Swap hostages now," Li Sun shouted. He was afraid that Ning Huang would give the order to kill Li Qingyi. He knew that Ning Huang did not care about his life. "Swap hostages now." Yi Futian stared at the other person and released his grip on Li Sun. The other person similarly let go of Li Qingyi, and both of them started walking to the other side. Li Qingyi did not dare to act rashly as he knew that he was not out of danger yet. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him with his noble will, he could not escape death. Li Sun sped up all of a sudden and escaped far away. Yi Futian stepped forward at the same time, the thundering illusion step descending beside Li Qingyi in an instant. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian, her head lowered and tears in her eyes. Why was he willing to swap for her? "Why aren't you all moving? You all wanted to kill him just now, do you think that he will let you all go?" Li Sun yelled. The enormous crowd was dumbfounded. They had all attempted to kill Yi Futian previously, but were stunned by Yi Futian's strength now. "He's using a secret move to increase his strength, he can't last much longer, wear him down." Ning Huang raised his head, looked towards the crowd and walked forward. Although he had been injured, his words still carried weight. "Do it," someone from the crowd shouted. In an instant, the experts started to cast their spells towards Yi Futian. If Yi Futian killed Ning Huang, their fate would be unpredictable and they might die as well. Even so, they only used long-range attacks and nobody dared to get close to Yi Futian anymore. Around Yi Futian's body, starlight glowed, protecting him and Li Qingyi. Countless attacks hammered on the shield and it wavered. As the attacks got even stronger, some people from illustrious backgrounds even used their ritual implements to attack, causing cracks to appear in the starlight veil. Within the protective veil, Yi Futian raised his head and looked towards the vast group of experts. These people knew nothing about him, but all wanted him dead. "Are you still hesitating?" At that moment, a voice sounded out. Many people raised their heads and saw a burly figure standing in the air. It was Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not look at the crowd, but looked towards Yi Futian instead and said, "Before we arrived, we had already expected this kind of ending. When they helped Ning Huang to kill the people of the flaming prison city, they had no mercy. They never had any mercy towards killing you." Only Yu Sheng understood Yi Futian the best. Before entering the city, Yi Futian was furious and asked people to guard the exits and kill anyone who attempted to escape. However, when he saw the number of people who wanted to kill him, Yi Futian still hesitated. The vast area was filled with experts and countless attacks barraged him when Yi Futian was not resisting, even his sturdy defense was unable to withstand it. When Yu Sheng said that, a demonic aura erupted from within him, his eyes turned crimson like blood was going to drip out. Bam! His demon-like wings spread open and he was covered in demon might from head to toe, as though possessed by a demon. Behind him, an enormous demon shadow appeared behind him. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian mumbled. On the Sky Mountain, Yu Sheng had demonized and rampaged once to save him. Was he going to do the same now? Yu Sheng likely knew that his emperor's will did not have much time left. Perhaps the Arhat was right back then when he said that I'm destined to have blood on my hands. "Those who attempt to kill you, even if there are millions of them, I will kill them all." Yu Sheng's voice was ice-cold, like a demon lord. Many people's hearts trembled. Even if there were millions of them, he would kill them all. They saw Yu Sheng move, his demon-like wings flapping and spikes appearing on his terrifying dark golden armor, turning into frightening spears. He drew the spears with both hands and rushed towards two people at breakneck speed. The two people felt like a demon was trying to invade their head and making them kneel, the pressure making them unable to move. With a squish, the spears impaled their heads and as Yu Sheng flew past them, the two corpses fell towards the ground. Thump, thump. Many people's hearts thumped as they saw Yu Sheng gliding across the air with his demon wings. Wherever he passed, people dropped like flies. How could this be? Li Sun, who thought that he had escaped a crisis, stared intensely at the scene. It was groundbreaking enough for one arcana plane to reach the level of an elite genius, but now, there were two? Surround and kill him, someone yelled furiously. Many people reacted and started to surround Yusheng. However, Yusheng's speed became even faster. Under the possession of the demon, he allowed the attacks to land on his body like he did not feel anything. He descended in front of an expert and a battle axe appeared in his hand. He cleaved the person as though he was a log and continued forward. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, there were people falling continuously, all killed by Yusheng. It was as though he was making good of his word to kill millions of them. Seeing countless spells flying towards Yusheng, Yi Futian felt pained. Although Yusheng's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to not feel pain. But even so, that was Yusheng. He understood that Yusheng did not have a ritual implement like the polearm of divine destruction and could not kill that many people. He was inciting him to step in. He naturally understood as well that Yusheng was not stupid, he saw things more clearly than anyone else. Suddenly, Yi Futian smiled, but his smile was desolate. He had thought of two people all of a sudden, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, the two brothers had traveled the world. He wondered what experiences they went through to create such a magnificent piece like the Ukiyo. The piece attempted to trample the heavens and become the ruler of the world. Yi Futian sat with his knees crossed, surrounded by a brilliant glow. His Guqin spirit appeared in front of him, causing the crowd's attention to focus on him again. He still had another life spirit. Yi Futian held the Guqin and pleasing melodies started to play from the Guqin. Yi Futian's aura changed yet again. Although the emperor's will was circulating around his body, he appeared to be cut off from the rest of the world, as though superior to all of them. Strong imagery brought everyone else into it, from calmness to passion, and onwards to attempting to trample the heavens and reach the peak. Rays of the Emperor Will's glow started to rise up, the golden light enveloping the entire area as the Guqin melody reached every corner of the battlefield. In an instant, many people felt as though the area was changing. The spiritual qi became more apparent and landed from the air, merging into the Guqin melody. Ning Huang's expression froze. He had seen a radical scene. The spiritual qi in the heavens appeared to be controlled by the Guqin melody, accompanying the light of the Emperor's will, resonating with Yi Futian's will. The Guqin melody was influencing the spiritual qi in the area. At that moment, around Yusheng, a group of people was casting spells to attack him. But before they were able to finish the spell, it had already dissipated into nothingness. Their spiritual energy was unable to control the spiritual qi in the air, causing them to be unable to cast their spells. They were flabbergasted and looked downwards at Yi Futian. The Emperor's light was shining radiantly and golden fatal entanglement vines were forming at their feet, coiling around their bodies. Thereafter, golden blades pierced their bodies, nailing them in the air. No! There were people being coiled in succession and they were terrified. How could this happen? What Guqin spell was that? When the Ukiyo sounds, no spell can exist. Ning Huang stared blankly at the situation. In the skies, all spells were forbidden. The only person who could cast spells was Yi Futian. In the vast area, everyone's life was under his control. Even Qin Yin's group, who was a distance away, were petrified. They shivered uncontrollably, looking at Yi Futian playing the Guqin. It was as though it was just a dream, everything was too surreal. In the skies, the experts were being hunted rapidly, but Yi Futian was not affected at all. His aura was remarkable and the Guqin melody was like a god's piece, not meant to appear in the human's world. The feeling was indescribable. No! In the air, when Li Sun's body was coiled, he let out a blood-curdling scream, but the golden blades pierced his body one by one like a harsh punishment, slowly draining him of life. Li Sun felt pain beyond belief and looked towards the figure below. Apart from hatred, he also felt utmost remorse. Who on earth did he betray? Ning Huang was still resisting, but a demon-like figure descended from the skies, battle axe in hand, cleaving downwards. blood trickled from between Ning Huang's brows. He stared at the figure in front of him and said, "My death is not undeserved." He had finally understood before he died what kind of figure the person he had tried to kill off casually was. Yusheng's palm gripped his head and ripped it off, then he turned around and walked into the air, the demon's might rampaging. Yusheng said mercilessly, "If word of what happened today spreads, I will kill you." Qin Yin's group heard Yusheng's words and were startled. They naturally understood that those words were meant for them. The usually silent, burly teen was now a demon. Yusheng flew towards the outside of the city and he saw Yi Shaoshi still battling with Mo Jun. He cleaved Mo Jun with one wave of his axe. Outside Jinshao City, there were countless people. At that moment, a distance away, demonic aura was brimming. A demonic might flew rapidly towards them and everyone's gazes turned towards that direction. Next, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Yusheng's body landed on the city's gate and he placed Ning Huang's head there. Like a demon, his gaze swept across the crowd and he ruthlessly said, "Those who previously followed Yi Futian and entered the giant relic, stand guard here. Do not allow anyone to step into Jinshao City. From now on, Jinshao City has a new owner. Those who violate the rule, kill them all." As he finished, Yusheng turned around and walked into Jinshao City. At the same time, a glacial voice sounded out, "The killer, Yusheng." Chapter 533, Outside Jinshao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. Outside Jinshao City, it was dead silent. Even the elite geniuses were aghast when they saw Ning Huang's head on the city gate. They had gathered to watch the fun, to watch Yi Futian die. What had awaited them was a peerless demonic figure. Yi Futian did not die. The person who had died was Ning Huang. The overbearing elite genius, commander of all the experts in Jinshao City, was actually killed by someone else. This came as a great shock to them. Even Nanhao had not expected an ending like this. Perhaps, the teen that had come from the Eastern Baron state was much more of a prodigy than he had thought. How could this be? On the air warship, Virgin Bing Yi from the mortal world was mortified. What had just happened had subverted her understanding. Not just her, but everyone in the area was speechless. Thereafter, those who had followed Yi Futian in deciphering the flaming prison city's giant relic broke into a craze. They felt emotionally charged, like their blood was on fire. Previously, Ning Huang had sent his men to kill their friends and caused a storm in the flaming prison city. He had held Yi Futian's friends captive to try and force Yi Futian's hand. When Yi Futian stepped into Jinshao City, they had felt tragic, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they would bring out Ning Huang's head after Yi Futian went in. Ning Huang himself probably never expected it either. Otherwise, he would not be overbearing. Mu Jiqiu and the Starry School's disciples were the most startled. Nobody knew what had happened in the city, and they were unable to imagine what the situation in the city was. Jinshao City did not only have Ning Huang, but it also had thousands of his followers. Where were they? At that moment, they started to stand up one by one, their auras bursting out. The experts who had followed Yi Futian all stood up proudly, guarding the city. Now, they would naturally take orders from Yusheng as they could partake in the glory as well. They were very clear that with the Jinshao City's changing of ownership, Yi Futian was likely to open a second giant relic, which would be another opportunity for them. Although those guarding could not possibly fend off all the experts outside, who would dare to recklessly charge in? Ning Huang's head was on the city gate. Even if they could manage to break through and enter Jinshao City, were they not scared to die? Yi Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu and the rest of Yi Futian's friends moved into the city in a flash. They wanted to see what had happened. Previously, Yi Futian had not allowed them to enter the city. They naturally understood that it was because their cultivation level was too low and would only be a burden in Jinshao City. "I'll go and take a look," Gu Yinshi said quietly, entering the city as well. She had only seen Yusheng and did not know how Yi Futian was doing, so she was a little worried. Moreover, with her relationship with Yi Futian, Yu Sheng would not kill her. When Yi Wuchen and the rest arrived at the battlefield, they saw the floor littered with corpses and were startled. Qin Yin and the rest were clearing up the battlefield and preparing to bury the people. They knew that everything that they had just experienced had to be buried deep within their hearts. They could only treat it as a dream, but the dream was far too realistic and shocking. Lulan, do it, Yi Wuchen said. He stepped forward and walked away, then drove his sword into the ground. The ground tore open, revealing a horrifying crack. Mu Jiqiu also went forward to help, her strong celestial will erupting and causing the earth to shake as though an earthquake was happening. The Holy Road opens once every 3 years and experts from all areas of the barren state will gather. Moreover, the death rate in the Holy Road is extremely high, so even if there are people who die in the Holy Road, generally people will not know how they died or who they were killed by. These people that are buried here should have no other companions, but after we have buried them, we cannot let anyone else step into Jinshao City, Mu Jiqiu said to Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged at distance away. Her expression was solemn. Yi Futian did not say anything, but Qin Yin's group was extremely uneasy. They knew what Mu Jiqiu meant. Apart from them, nobody else knew that they had come from Mount Jiuxian. If they had all died in Jinshao City, nobody would know how they had died. Unless it was someone like Ning Huang who had died, then it would be inevitable, since everyone knew him. However, the number of people that had died in Jinshao City this time was huge. There might be people outside who knew that they had entered Jinshao City, so there was still certain risk. The Holy Road is a trial by the Holy Ji Palace. Entering the Holy Road means to put one's life at stake. However, Ning Huang's death might probably cause us some trouble. One of his elders is an influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace. Mu Jiqiu looked knowingly at Yu Sheng. She did not know how Ning Huang had died, but Yu Sheng's roar was to tell everyone that Ning Huang had been killed by him. Seeing the situation in front of her, she knew that the truth was not that simple. Yi Futian was extremely weak now, like he had just been through a huge battle. It was Ning Huang who wanted to kill us. Moreover, this is the Holy Ji Palace's holy road, even the influential figure can't do anything to us, right? Li Qingyi stood beside Yi Futian and asked Mu Jiqiu. Ning Huang naturally deserves to die. However, everyone has their own stand. The influential figure in the Holy Ji Palace had high hopes for Ning Huang and is his elder, so his stand would naturally be on Ning Huang's side. Now, Ning Huang is dead, Mu Jiqiu replied. Li Qingyi bit her lip nervously, she naturally knew that what Mu Jiqiu was saying was not wrong. How should we deal with the other people in Jinshao City? Yi Shaoshi stood beside Yi Futian and asked. During the battle, although many experts had gathered, Jinshao City was huge. There were still people who did not join in and were in other parts of the city. Just now, I asked Little Condor to watch the surroundings. Since those people did not gather to assist Ning Huang, leave them be. They had previously followed Ning Huang, now they follow us, Yi Futian replied. He had already given the order to seal off the city, now he needed to control these people. All right. Yi Shaoshi nodded and said, you and Yu Sheng have a good rest, we'll handle the matters here. Okay. Yi Futian was indeed lethargic. He looked at Yu Sheng. Now that Yu Sheng had formed his own noble will, even though he had demonized, he had more control over the demonic power and would not completely lose control. Closing his eyes, Yi Futian relaxed. He would not have to think about what would happen later. The days passed but the news of Ning Huang's death was still shocking. Moreover, another person's death in the Dawn Road caused a commotion. Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang had been killed by Xiao Junyi and his city occupied by Xiao Junyi. At the same time, Xiao Junyi had opened the giant relic and was cultivating in it, causing a huge ruckus. Xiao Junyi was even more ruthless than the demon. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were forced by Ning Huang. If they did not go to Jinshao City, Ning Huang would not let them off easily. However, Xiao Junyi hunted mercilessly and killed countless people to create his dead spirit army and even killed Gu Feiyang. Xiao Junyi and Yu Sheng were reputed to be the two demons of the Dawn Road that nobody wanted to provoke. With such figures appearing in these two factions, the other elite geniuses were naturally unable to take it lying down. They sped up their actions both on the surface and secretly. There were many people who were killed mysteriously or had their holy badges plundered. Although it did not seem like those were done by the elite geniuses, nobody knew who they had sent out secretly to do it. The carnage in the Dawn Road was even more horrifying than past years, and numerous people died as a result. One day, Jinshao City, which had been silent for many days, suddenly released news that Yi Futian had given the order to gather 1,000 holy badges. Those who were willing to offer their holy badge would be allowed into the Jinshao City giant relic to cultivate. However, this time, the holy badges would not be returned. Many people could understand that. Yi Futian's reputation was not like before, since they had been able to kill Ning Huang. Now he was not asking for a favor from the crowd, but offering them a chance. In a short time, many people gathered. Too many people wanted to enter Jinshao City and hand over their holy badge. After all, there was already a precedent and they were all willing to trust Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian's rallying power could be said to be the strongest in the Dawn Road. Although Xiao Junyi was equally as strong, who would dare to cooperate with Xiao Junyi? Soon, Yi Futian had gathered 1,000 holy badges. It was much easier than the previous time. Presently, in Jinshao City, a magnificent relic appeared. Countless golden rays shone like they were trying to light up the entire Jinshao City. A colossal golden figure appeared in the air, like a peerless battle god. In the middle of the battle god's shadow, a person floated there and countless rays landed on his body, causing the burly figure to become even more extraordinary. That person was Yu Sheng. Yi Futian did not inherit the legacy of this giant relic but gave it to Yu Sheng to inherit. The demon might that Yu Sheng cultivated had not just demonic power, it also had an overbearing metal element ability. Therefore, the relic would be better suited to him. Even though Yu Sheng still wanted to let him have it, he rejected Yu Sheng determinedly. Moreover, Yu Sheng had gotten Ning Huang's heavenly halberd and the god-slaying halberd skill. When Yi Futian was battling with Ning Huang, he had already felt that the god-slaying halberd skill was extremely strong. If it could be used with Yu Sheng's explosive strength, just the god-suppressing strike would be a huge difference as compared to Ning Huang. Now, Yu Sheng had inherited the giant relic. His strength would definitely go up another level. At that moment, Yi Futian stepped forward and walked into the relic, then looked at the crowd and said, "You all may enter the relic to cultivate." Understood. The crowd nodded and moved in a flash into the giant relic. Outside Jinshao City, there was a person in the air looking in the distance. From extremely far away, golden rays started to rise up and the person said, "The relic is opened." They knew that after Yi Futian had gathered the holy badges, adding on what Ning Huang already had, he would be able to open a second giant relic. Thereafter, word started to spread throughout the entire Holy Road and countless people were astonished. Yi Futian had been able to open 2 giant relics by himself, even the Jinshao City's giant relic had been occupied by him. After they had received the news, the elite geniuses from the other factions started to speed up the gathering of the holy badges. They were determined to open a giant relic in the Holy Road as well. About 10 days later, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both broke through their cultivation level and stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana Plane, the final level of the Arcana Plane. They had planned to break through to this level in the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, but because of Ning Huang's coercion, they had to step out of the relic. Now, they had broken through in the 2nd relic. They were only 1 step away from the Noble Plane. Chapter 534. The ruins of Jinshao City was taken over by Yu Sheng, yet due to Yi Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. The ruins of Jinshao City was taken over by Yu Sheng, yet due to Yi Futian's inherent extraordinary perceptivity and abilities provided by freedom meditation, he was able to sense a lot from the ruins nonetheless. A terrible metal elemental storm whipped up around Yi Futian that day. Pieces of gold-colored blades circled around him with immense aura, speaking of unparalleled sharpness. The tornado of sharp blades gathered around his body, and a pair of incredibly dazzling pair of wings of the great rock congealed behind him. Every feather looked as if they were forged out of indestructible golden blades capable of cutting through anything. Mu Jiqiu watched him from the sides. Seems like he became able to comprehend metal elemental noble will. When the day comes where he steps foot into the noble plane, he would have become the noble with the sturdiest foundations there is, far surpassing any who is at noble plane at the moment. Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw a thread of golden light shimmer. Metal elemental powers have always been one of his fortes. He was pleased to see the breakthrough achieved at the moment, and he took a look at the ones by his side. Yi Xiaoshu's aura seemed to have become even more aggressive than it had been, a testament saying that he had made it to grade 7 noble plane, and had grown considerably more powerful. At the gates outside of Jinshao City, there were people taking turns to guard the place from the very time the ruins were opened. There were few, yet due to the fearsome image projected by the scene of Yusheng having the head of Ning Huang on his hand, nobody dared intrude Jinshao City as of yet. However, a figure arrived at the gates of Jinshao City. The figure was a huge one, with a body that seemed to be made of gold. The figure took a look at the golden lights emanating from within the city and walked towards it. Yuan Zhan. Jinshao City had given strict orders of allowing no one to pass, the ones told the ape as they shimmered about themselves. They watched the huge figure that was about to trespass with serious expressions. It was Yuan Zhan, and the ape was not something they were capable of stopping. Yuan Zhan paid them no heed. Every step he took shook the earth like an earthquake. Someone cast spells to attack him, which landed on him with rumbling booms. However, Yuan Zhan did not even bother defending himself. He simply spared a look at the one who had just attacked him. The attacker saw the intense wildness within the ape's eyes, which sent him shivering, and he took a step back without realizing it. Yuan Zhan of Mount Taixing, a top-class genius-level figure, whose seniors were the king of Mount Taixing, the one demonic beast who was ranked within the Barren Sky ranking. He was an extraordinarily powerful being and a peculiar one, as well as one who was acutely protective of his own shortcomings. Yuan Zhan was one of those beings that anyone could least afford to mess with. Yuan Zhan did not bother doing anything else to the one who attacked him after giving the man the looks. The ape continued moving forward, and no one dared get in his way. They knew none of their efforts would have amounted to anything anyway. Rumbling noises continued to be heard as Yuan Zhan zipped past at frightening speeds. The guards at the gate looked at each other with bitter grins. So what now? If Yuan Zhan insisted on getting his way, there is simply nothing we can do here. He is obviously after the ruins there. But since Yusheng was the one inheriting the ruins lineage, it would do Yuan Zhan no good getting in there anyway. One of them answered, and everyone nodded in agreement. All there was left to do was to see how Yi Futian would have dealt with all that. Yuan Zhan, who took large steps in his way in, arrived shortly near the ruins. Everyone stared at him with big eyes, given how he did not bother to do anything to conceal his presence. Yi Futian gazed at the demonic beast's silhouette with cold eyes and said, "Did you not hear that Jinshao City was off-limits? Ning Huang promised me that when the ruins were opened, I was to be allowed to train here. And that was why I handed Jinshao City to him in the first place," Yuan Zhan answered as he kept his gaze at Yi Futian. "That was your business with Ning Huang. Jinshao City belongs to us now," Yi Futian answered coldly. "I want to see for myself, how powerful are the ones who killed Ning Huang." Yuan Zhan's eyes turned to look at Yusheng, eyes filled with wild ferocity. "Older brother." Yi Futian turned to look at Yi Xiaoshu. "Capable people are always busy," Yi Xiaoshu murmured and shimmered his plump body forward to face Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan's eyes might have as well rolled seeing Yi Xiaoshu coming forward. The ape felt disdainful. A fat one like him probably doesn't even possess much power in the first place. How is he supposed to fight anyone? Yuan Zhan raised his palm and terrifying rumble was heard all over the place. An incredibly huge golden palm lashed out at Yi Xiaoshu's direction, overshadowing their air before it with terrifying might. Yi Shaoshi remained unfazed. He extended his arm, which kept extending like vines whipping at the palm. His body blinked and a shining trajectory was seen reaching for the air behind the palm, arriving shortly after before Yuan Zhan. Yi Shaoshi extended both arms at the same time, which seemed to conjure countless arms in an instant. They reached out and went tangling the huge body of the ape. Yuan Zhan's arms shook for a bit and shattered the vines entwining them. He then reached out and took hold of the golden vines, pulling them towards him in a jerk, which in turn brought Yi Shaoshi up. The incredible force of the pull caused Yi Shaoshi's body to drop sharply, heading in the ape's direction. Pairs of shadows of arms flickered about in the air as if thousands of arms were born at the same time. Fearsome metal elemental spiritual chi whipped about as they moved, coalescing into a giant golden palm pressing downwards. Yuan Zhan saw multiple golden palms filling the sky in an instant, attempting to suppress him where he stood. Yi Shaoshi, whose previous attacks have been comparatively soft ones, struck with incredibly aggressive might with the palms instead, showing that he was indeed capable of blending softness and hardness in his art. Roar! Yuan Zhan roared and the air before him trembled. He lifted both arms and swung hard at the great golden palm, like some arrogant ape god. Boom! A crazed metal elemental might swept about and the air rumbled with it. Yuan Zhan's body was somewhat shaken, a testament of the ferocity of Yi Shaoshi's attack, which looked way more aggressive than it had suggested. The countless palms shattered, and Yuan Zhan saw terrifying spears of golden colors followed. They looked to be manifestations of those vines from before, yet were incredibly hard and aggressive instead. The golden spears seemed to be out to pierce anything standing in their way. Yuan Zhan's eyes went on to take a serious look. He stepped hard on the ground and his body shook with overpowering might. A screen of golden light burst forth from his body, like a horrifying torrent out to defend against everything coming at it. The golden spears zipped at the ape, piercing the seemingly unbreakable defense and continued on their intended target. A golden staff of spiritual chi was conjured on Yuan Zhan's hand. He whipped the staff at the air before it shortly after. Futian stepped out from the ruins. His eyes sparkled as he watched the battle rage on before him. Others were doing the same. Their minds were completely shaken as they became aware that Futian's group was at the moment the most powerful one in Dawn Road. Yi Shaoshi had just made it into grade 7 noble plane, and yet he became capable of facing Yuan Zhan alone. The attacks of both combatants grew increasingly ferocious and violent. Yuan Zhan's art with a staff was out of this world and demonstrated unparalleled powers. Do his staff techniques have a name? Futian asked Mu Jiqiu, who had just walked out of the ruins. 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, of the apes of Mount Taixing. The art bears incredible might, and this is actually the first time I've laid eyes on it personally. From the looks of it, it looks rather similar to how you go about with your staff, Mu Jiqiu elaborated, looking at Futian. Heaven-traversing staff techniques eh? Sparkles were seen in Futian's eyes. His techniques with the staff were named by Senior Snow Ape to be 9 heavenly attacks. And Senior Snow Ape was of the apes as well. Futian activated his freedom meditation abilities and watched the staff techniques demonstrated by Yuan Zhan. It was more than looking similar. He was able to feel somewhat that the 9 heavenly attacks were actually an evolved version of the heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. 7th Elder Brother, we're done here, Futian shouted at Yi Shaoshi. The plump man retreated and left the battlefield soon, feeling rather let down. However, it was clear that Yuan Zhan's powers were formidable. Had he not been training and making breakthroughs in the ruins, one whack from the ape staff would probably have left him lying on the floor. While Mo Jun was a formidable figure himself, he nonetheless paled in comparison to Yuan Zhan, who seemed to be something made of gold. Yuan Zhan turned to look at Futian, and Futian returned the gaze, asking, "No need to try any further. If you were to face me under the same circumstances, you'd definitely lose." How arrogant! Yuan Zhan eyed Futian for a bit. Have a closer look. The 5-element rod appeared in Futian's hand, which then transformed into a golden rod. Golden lights flowed about him as he leaped soon after. The five-element rod went burst as it attacked, bringing incredible might to bear. At the very moment the five-element rod burst forth, Yuan Zhan's eyes were simply fixed. He watched as Yi Futian whipped about with the rod, while his eyes never left Yi Futian for even a second. Many who witnessed the battle felt shaken as well. How did Yi Futian come to know Yuan Zhan's way with the staff? What Yi Futian was demonstrating was none other than the heaven-traversing staff techniques. Yi Futian stopped shortly after, and Yuan Zhan asked coldly, "Where did you steal those techniques from?" Yuan Zhan took a step forward as soon as he was done talking. A golden staff materialized in his hand bearing an aggressive aura. Yi Shaoshi was just about to interfere when he saw the five-element rod in Yi Futian's hand was replaced with the polearm of divine destruction. Heavy pressures were felt around him as stars shimmered about. Saint lights flowed about him as a bearing like none other was manifested about him. Boom! Yuan Zhan took a ferocious stance as he leaped in Yi Futian's direction. The heaven-traversing staff techniques went for Yi Futian's head with frightening aura. Starlight shimmered about Yi Futian and an even more fearsome aura burst forth. He too took a step forward and went with a heavy blow. Shimmering mirages coalesced into that one strike of his, which looked as if it could have split the heavens and the earth. Boom! The air shook and terrifying storms were conjured. Yi Futian's body was thrown off and his arms felt numb. What terrifying might indeed! Yuan Zhan was thrown off as well as his body glided in the air. He was unable to come out on top at all with that one hit. Yi Futian was able to fight Mo Jun before he was able to make it to the next plane. As he made it to grade 9 of Arcana plane, his powers became comparable to top-class geniuses on the Holy Road with the help of the polearm of divine destruction. However, if his opponent was to carry a ritual implement equal in power to his, he might not have looked as powerful. Yuan Zhan's golden eyes glared at Yi Futian as he asked, "What technique was that?" He had practiced the heaven-traversing staff techniques since he was young, and no one was more familiar with that art with a staff than the apes. While Yi Futian had only launched one strike, Yuan Zhan was able to tell that it was something that had evolved from the heaven-traversing staff techniques. "Come with me." Yi Futian stepped forward, as he had something to ask Yuan Zhan as well. There were others who wanted to go with them but were stopped by Yi Shaoshi. There is hardly anyone who can harm little brother on the Holy Road now. They nodded in agreement, as they came to realize that Yi Futian of that very moment was no longer the Yi Futian who had just landed on the Dawn Road. Yi Futian walked alone to a place with Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan's eyes never left Yi Futian, and he felt that Yi Futian had something going on with the apes. "If you want to know where my staff techniques came from, there are some questions I need to be answered first." Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhan and continued, "What kind of staff techniques were the heaven-traversing staff techniques?" "Techniques passed down throughout the line of apes." Yuan Zhan continued to eye Yi Futian. The answer he gave was never a secret. Where did golden great apes come from, and how did they end up in barren state? Yi Futian asked again. Yuan Zhan continued to eye Yi Futian, this time, without giving an answer. "If you want answers on that staff technique, you need to answer my questions," Yi Futian continued. "You swear?" Yuan Zhan asked, with his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "I swear." Yi Futian nodded. "I will have to kill you if you are not telling me anything." Yuan Zhan said with a cold tone, "The golden great apes were a branch of the apes. I heard from my predecessors that the apes came from the demon world. The apes were led by the Snow Ape Emperor back then, following Emperor Yi Qing as he built his empire. The Snow Ape Emperor seemed to have sensed something untoward was about to happen sometime after that and had the apes who were lacking in martial training to lead the younger ones, to spread across the divine prefecture. Something happened to Emperor Yi Qing later. The Snow Ape Emperor disappeared, and the strongest among the apes were wiped out in a genocide. Only those who spread across the realm survived. Of course, that was only because the leaders did not bother settling the score or whatever, or else, where apes were found in this realm, there would have been golden great apes among them. He would not have told Yi Futian such things if his hands were not forced. Yi Futian shook slightly. The gentle figure he remembered became something unimaginable. He would have never expected the gentle snow ape was an emperor of the apes. He then remembered what senior snow ape looked like when he faced those divine generals, a figure of regal bearing, a true king. Chapter 535, Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Senior Snow Ape was the Snow Ape Emperor. Yi Futian felt rather restless now. Senior Snow Ape had never demonstrated any pressure befitting his identity of the Emperor of Apes before him until the very last battle. Come to think of it, if Senior Snow Ape had been one of those great demons who had followed Emperor Yi Qing, he would have been a nobody, would he? Who am I then? Yi Futian asked himself silently. When the Snow Ape Emperor first laid eyes on him, he could not have helped but shed tears and knelt as the ape knew who he was. Whose descendant am I exactly? Yi Futian felt rather overwhelmed. While he had often lauded himself to be a king of some kind when he was young, it was him being young and stupid. After having experienced so many things throughout the years, he had matured considerably and there were things he became rather reluctant to think about. At the moment, he actually had little idea what kings and emperors were actually like. At the moment, Yuan Zhan's eyes were still fixed on him. He found Yi Futian's expression looked difficult and complex. He was unable to tell what was going on in Yi Futian's head as the man's expression kept changing. However, as Yuan Zhan had elaborated on the history of the apes, it was Yi Futian's turn to tell him where he learned his way of the staff. A formless pressure was clad on Yi Futian. Yuan Zhan said coldly, "Your turn to talk. Would you like to learn that?" Yi Futian looked at Yuan Zhan and asked all of a sudden. Yuan Zhan blinked his big eyes in confusion. Learn what? He felt dazed for the moment. My art of the staff. The attacks were called 9 heavenly attacks, Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhan let out a great breath, which spawned quite a gust. The staff techniques of the apes were 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques, and Yi Futian's, the 9 heavenly attacks. You're willing to teach me? Yuan Zhan asked. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded and went on to sit with his legs crossed on a rock. His Guqin spirit manifested, and Yi Futian looked up at Yuan Zhan. The attacks have no specific formulas, and I have only learned the first 5 of the 9. I will first send the will of the 9 heavenly attacks into your mind, and you will need to figure out the rest yourself. Very well. Yuan Zhan looked at Yi Futian puzzled. He was confused as to why Yi Futian had been so frank with him. Yi Futian strummed the chords and a tune was heard, carrying formless will with it. Musical spells were something spirit elemental-based sorcerers used to deliver will and concepts. Images rose within Yuan Zhan's mind shortly after. It was somewhere in the mountains, and the place was encased in coldness. An incredibly regal silhouette was seen on it, proud and gracious. The Snow Ape Emperor. Yuan Zhan's massive body trembled violently and gasped for breath. He then saw the Snow Ape Emperor begin to whip his staff about, which he closed his eyes to silent feel. The images were sent into his mind in waves of strong will, as if they were to be imprinted on his mind until the very last stroke of the art was finished. Yuan Zhan flinched, yet he kept his eyes close, feeling it all in silence. The Guqin spirit disappeared, and Yi Futian sat waiting in silence as well. The 9 heavenly attacks were something taught to him by the Snow Ape Emperor. Now that he met someone of senior Snow Ape's race, and the 9 heavenly attacks were offensive techniques evolved from the 81 strikes of the heaven-traversing staff techniques, it was only natural for him to pass the techniques onto one of those apes, who happened to be right before him. Yuan Zhan opened his eyes after a while and looked at Yi Futian, with a very restless look face. He had been training in the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques since young and developed immense comprehension of the 9 heavenly attacks. Those 9 new attacks were condensed and enhanced forms of the 81 strikes, stronger and bearing more power in every move. Yuan Zhan stood up and looked at Yi Futian, who remained sitting on the rock, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you. The 9 heavenly attacks originated from the Snow Ape Emperor, and Yi Futian had done him a great service for willing to pass those techniques down to him. Yi Futian nodded and smiled. It is an obligation on my part. Where did you find the Snow Ape Emperor? Yuan Zhan asked. My hometown, a very remote corner of the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian continued, the day before Senior Snow Ape passed, he passed the techniques on to me, and now I passed it on to you, back to the apes. I suppose this is what they'd call the circle of life. The Snow Ape Emperor perished? Yuan Zhan was still rather reluctant to believe it. It was, after all, the Emperor of Apes who had been their leader. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He still felt a tinge of sorrow whenever Senior Snow Ape came to mind. Yuan Zhan stood where he was silently and felt sad as well. If any of the elders came to know this, they would probably be as sad. When we get out of here, I'll take you to see my grandpa in Mount Taixing. He had wanted to see our emperor for a long time. Yuan Zhan spoke again after a while. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Very well. While I have never opened up any ruins in this trip on the holy road of mine, I met you, and that in itself was the greatest reward for me, Yuan Zhan said to Yi Futian. He saw the Snow Ape Emperor, and he inherited the 9 heavenly attacks that originated from the Emperor. Let's head back. Yi Futian stood up and started walking, while Yuan Zhan followed behind him. Yuan Zhan, what was it like outside when you came to Jinshao City? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhan. Xiao Junyi killed Gu Feiyang, took his city, and opened up the great ruins within. I heard that Yan Jiao had also gathered enough holy badges to do the same, Yuan Zhan said. Yan Jiao, where is he? Yi Futian asked. Flying Sword City, Yuan Zhan answered. As I expected, Yi Futian murmured to himself. The flaming prison city was a fire one. The Jinshao City, a metal one. The great ruins of Flying Sword City must have been one to impart a swordsmanship lineage. All 9 cities on the Holy Road bore deep meanings within them. Yuan Zhan, would you mind heading to Flying Sword City with me? Yi Futian asked Yuan Zhan. The ape nodded without inquiring further. It was a no-brainer for him, even if it meant waging a war with Flying Sword City. When everyone saw a demon and a man walked side by side in the ruins, they were flabbergasted. Just what is going on here? Mu Jiqiu looked rather amused as well. So, something did happen then? Yi Futian cast his gaze at the mighty ones at the ruins and said, I need swordsmen to come with me on my next trip, anyone? As soon as he finished, one figure after another stepped forward to answer his call, with Xia Wuji from Heavenly City and Zoe Qianqiu taking the lead. Mighty ones in the hundreds stepped out of the ruins, all of them swordsmen. Everyone came forward without asking any questions, a testament to the powerful charisma possessed by Yi Futian. Elder brother, do you have any time to spare? Yi Futian grinned at Yi Shaoshi. The plump fellow glared at him, knowing that he was up to no good. Wuchen, come with me. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuchen, and then called to everyone, let's go. He turned around and took to the sky as soon as he finished, with Yi Wuchen right behind him. I'll go have a look too. Mu Jiqiu followed suit. Yuan Zhan stomped hard on the ground and rumbles were heard as the ground shook. Yuan Zhan ran following Yi Futian. Yi Shaoshi flashed and rested on Yuan Zhan's shoulder. Hey, brother Yuan. Do you mind letting me sit here? Fat people get tired easy. Yuan Zhan glared at the fat person sitting on his shoulder with razor-sharp eyes and ignored him altogether. The ape ran, and the rumbling continued. That fatso. Many people looked at Yi Shaoshi and felt speechless. So Yuan Zhan is going to let him stay there? Since when did Yuan Zhan become so friendly with people? Brother Yuan, what did you talk about to our little brother? Yi Shaoshi asked out of curiosity. Yuan Zhan continued to ignore him. You guys talked about staffs? Yi Shaoshi continued to ask, and Yuan Zhan slapped at his shoulder. Yi Shaoshi leaped out of the way before landing on the same spot. Alright, I'll stop asking. Dust was kicked up as the group went further and further away. Countless sent them off from the ruins. Students of Starry School stood up and someone asked, so, is Yuan Zhan now a pet of the sun or something? Maybe. They felt restless inside. They were at the Holy Road, yet Yi Futian continued going around kicking up trouble. Are they going to take a city? Someone asked. With the entourage consisting of Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and hundreds of swordsmen, it was not hard to guess what they were up to. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were his best friends, and the three were always seen together. Now, he got his own place, and Yu Sheng got a piece of the ruins too. All there was left was Yi Wuchen, the swordsman, and all he gathered were swordsmen, Gu Yunshi elaborated. Everyone was stunned before someone murmured, looks like they're heading to Flying Sword City then. They were envious of Yi Wuchen, who had Yi Futian taking him to take a city personally. It was a pity that they did not share such amicable relationship with Yi Futian. The headmaster had asked the students back in Starry School who would be willing to guard the sun on his divine path. No one answered the call, as most did not like him back then. Most simply sat on the fence. Now, Yi Futian had no need for them to be around even if they were willing to follow him. Many looked at Longmu, as he was probably the closest among them to Yi Futian. It was such a pity. The Flying Sword City was a palace itself. Many mighty ones gathered while Yan Jiao remained in the air. His body remained upright and his bearing excellent. He looked at everyone and said, everyone, with me. With the holy badges being collected in ample numbers, they became able to open the great ruins in Flying Sword City, and he felt rather excited about it. Many made their way to the ruins, which was not far where they were. Loud noises were heard from afar and the ground shook. Yan Jiao asked, what is that? They stopped and looked behind them. The rumbling grew closer and closer, and they were able to make out that a group of people was heading their way. Someone intruded Flying Sword City. A voice was heard somewhere. Yan Jiao frowned. Does someone dare to come take my place? The group looked more and more fearsome. Intense sword aura was sensed in the sky above, as a group came through the air. A giant golden monster was seen landing from above. With another rumble, the giant figure was seen in the air again, making its way forward. Yuan Zhan. Yan Jiao glared at that giant figure with sharp eyes. Rumbles continued as Yuan Zhan took several more steps, and the ground shook violently in response. A fat person was also seen on Yuan Zhan's shoulder. Yi Futian was also seen in the air, casting his gaze at Yan Jiao. Yi Futian. Yan Jiao recognized him in an instant. When Yi Futian threw out that ring that day, he played more than just Ning Huang, as Yan Jiao was also one of them who went for that ring. How dare you? Mighty ones from the Sword Saint Villa spread out, and every one of them looked cold. Yi Futian dares to attack this place, and now is allied with Yuan Zhan as well. Yi Futian, why have you come to my Flying Sword City instead of staying back to train in Jinshao City? Yan Jiao's expression was as sharp as a sword as he cast his razor-like gaze at Yi Futian. Just like how you went to Flaming Prison City instead of staying back to train in Flying Sword City. Yi Futian spoke plainly. Just hand over the holy badges. The mighty ones around were stunned by what they just heard. So Yi Futian is here to rob Yan Jiao by invading Flying Sword City then. This is just too crazy. He dares move against a genius like Yan Jiao. Are you being serious? Yan Jiao asked as he clad himself with a will of sharpness. A formless sword intent seemed to have been conjured, and his body seemed to have become like a sword itself, which threatened to lash out at any moment, emanating a very dangerous aura. Yi Futian chose to intrude at the very moment he was about to open the ruins after all. What do you think? Yi Futian looked at Yan Jiao before casting his gaze down at the others below. He said, anyone who doesn't have anything to do with this, you best leave immediately. When the fighting starts, there will be no mercy. The mighty ones around were all Yan Jiu's followers, and they looked particularly severe at the moment. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian killed Ning Huang in Jinshao City, and it was said that Yi Shaoshi was too someone capable of fighting toe-to-toe with Mo Jun. Worse still, they had Yuan Zhan added to their ranks. The group was as fearsome as possible at the moment. Yan Jiu stayed in the sky, clad in sword aura, and addressed Yuan Zhan. Yuan Zhan, are you sure you want in on this? Yuan Zhan gazed at Yan Jiu severely and said, he told you to hand over the holy badge, so just hand it over already. Yan Jiu looked especially embarrassed hearing those words. Yi Futian took a step forward and added, when Almighty One ganged up on me back in Flaming Prison City, the scene was simply magnificent. You all dared to not rob each other and moved against only me instead. So today will be payback time. Yan Jiu, I'll have you hand over the holy badges whether you like it or not. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.